Okay, welcome to the public Lethbridge School Division Board meeting of September 2024. As we begin, we would like to acknowledge Treaty 7 territory, the traditional and ancestral territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Kainai, Piikani, the Siksika, as well as the Tsuut'ina Nation and Stoney Nakoda First Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis and Inuit who have lived in and cared for these lands for generations. We are grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. We make this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation and gratitude to those whose territory we reside on and are serving. All right, first we have approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Allison.
I'd like to add under action items, so 9, well, the numbers are a little off there, but under action items, school construction accelerator program announcement.
And you have an action for the board attached to that? Let that be 9.2, sorry? 9.9, thank you. Any other additions to the agenda? Can I have a motion to approve, please? Andrea, all in favor? So carried. Okay, approval of the minutes. If there are no errors or omissions in the minutes of the regular meeting of June 25th, 2024, it is recommended that the minutes be approved by the board. Any errors or motion to approve? Andrea, is that a motion to approve? All so carried. There are no errors or omissions in the minutes of the organizational meeting of September 10th, 2024. It is recommended that the minutes be approved by the board. Allison.
For an error that just needs to be corrected from my recollection, under 7.3 joint committees, 7.3.2, there is 2 representatives, and at the org meeting, it was decided it would be Christine and Christina, not myself, but I listed on there.
Okay, thank you. I did notice that as well. If thanks, that's so noted. Anything else? Can I have a motion to approve, please? Tyler, all in favor? So carried. All right, we have no business arising from the minutes, so we will move forward to Associate Superintendent reports. Christine.
Faster than I am. All righty then. Okay, so you have my report in front of you. I'm going to talk about a few things that are not in the report. So because we've got a lot going on and a lot of things that happened since I've created this report. One of the things that I draw your attention to is that during late summer, school divisions were asked to put in their 2025-2026 capital maintenance renewal applications for projects that they would like to pursue funding for under the capital maintenance renewal program. Of course, on there we have the continuation of the Victoria Park upgrade that would continue on that application for further funding. We continue to advocate for funding for an elevator at Buchanan and an elevator at Westminster, as there is no accessibility to the second floor. This year, we've added a number of what we call significant deferred maintenance and end-of-life upgrades that we're looking for. We've asked for boilers for a number of schools, replacement of boilers for a number of schools. We've asked for the replacement of the gym floor for LCI. We've asked for money to improve accessibility at LCI, including the funding of a accessibility audit. And so we've asked for quite a bit of stuff. We don't usually get the money that we want. But what this does, it alerts, and we've also got a number of other schools that we've asked for, like roofs and things like that. The reason we ask, we know we don't get the money to do all the projects, but what it does, it alerts Alberta Education to the significant need for maintenance funds for our schools. So we've included those in our listing. The other one, and I won't talk too much about it because Allison's added it to the agenda, but the School Construction Accelerator Program. Many people ask, what does that mean for our school division? We don't specifically know yet. What we do know is that because they're accelerating the amount of money they're putting into school construction and capital projects, that our opportunities for getting put on the path towards funding of our projects is greater. And of course, the key to having a new construction project, is getting a school site ready. And so we will be working with the City of Lethbridge on that. Just found out today that our 2 Coalbanks modular classrooms are scheduled to be delivered on around the early December. So they say December 2nd, but it's probably more like December 15th. So we're excited to see they will be arriving, and then we can start getting them set up and ready. So they'll be ready for the next school year and when they start. And so that's other than the excitement of the projects we have already on the go. Those are the new stuff. In finance, we're of course pleased to note that for the 19th year, Lethbridge School Division has received the Meritorious Budget Award for excellence in budget reporting, and that's a big thanks to Avis DeKelver and the finance team who do all the work to prepare and create a very comprehensive budget document. It's not just finance, but tells a lot about the school division and all the good things that we're doing. And then transportation. I wanted to talk about a meeting I had the privilege to attend last week at Nicholas Sharon Elementary School. The City of Lethbridge has been working with Nicholas Sharon School, along with members of the school council, Alberta Health Services, and AMA, actually represented by Allison Purcell, to work on a school travel plan. And so we saw the draft of that plan. That plan will later be officially launched in October. But what that plan the city has been working on has had a way to look at the community, look at how can we find safe ways for kids to walk to school. So encourage active transportation, which we know is really important for kids. And so by doing so, the city has identified things that they can improve for like crosswalks and visibility that make it safer for kids to walk to school. Of course, and the school has a big role as well in doing some of the plans and the promotion and that sort of thing. And so a lot of really good work went into that, and I'm really excited to see that. They've also been working with Senator Buchanan. So maybe maybe they'll become a trend, and we'll have more schools involved as they work through the process. So big thank you to our partners, City of Lethbridge, for their work on that. Technology always has a lot on the go. I'd like to highlight the AI committee that Jesse Sedlowski and the technology team are forming, and that's to take a look at artificial intelligence or AI practices and ethics in education. AI is here. Many people are using AI, and so how do we make sure that we're using it in a method that supports learning and is ethical? And so a very comprehensive committee, and in fact, parents in the community are encouraged to also apply for that committee. And so, there's a link to our website that you can go to apply. And then of course, there's lots more info on the technology department and what they're doing in the board priorities report. And so I am not going to repeat that. And other than that, that's kind of the highlights.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any questions? Craig?
This is a kudo. A parent approached me and was very happy that she got a new floor. A parent had approached me and said they were very happy that Chinook got a new basketball floor. Was that because of the water damage or?
That's because the school had some money to pay
Oh.
for a good chunk of it.
Anyway, he was very grateful that his son can play on a new floor.
Yeah, no, they like many schools need a new floor, but they had the money to pay for it.
Allison.
Thank you for your report, Christine. Great to see the AI committee. I know there's been certainly lots of work going on, and to see the committee, I was just wondering, what's the response been so far for those that are applying?
I'm sorry, I could not answer that, but I can certainly find out and let you know.
I can answer that.
Oh, you
I can just answer that because I happened to be in Jesse's office the other day. We were working on something and he showed me, and there's been a significant response. I wouldn't tell you numbers because I would get them wrong, but yes, he was impressed. We were both quite surprised with the number of responses. So that's really good, but it creates its own challenge because we'll have to narrow it down a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Andrea.
Galbraith is my school, and they're very excited about their modernization. And could you tell us a little bit more about when you got together with the staff and how that process went for feedback?
Oh, for sure. So when Gage Architecture, along with our Director of Facility Services, Danielle Heaton, they met in the spring with the school and then followed up at the end of June to kind of put a bow on what they were hearing. The school staff had an opportunity to envision what would a school under modernization look like? Like what the layout would look like? What would where would you put the learning commons? Where would it make the most sense to put kindergarten, for instance, or the administration? And just further work that we've done in some pre-design a couple of years before. That report will be going to is gone actually to the Alberta Infrastructure and will go to the new design architects that they're going to be engaging, who will start on the official design. So there's about 3 different models that they can choose from based on that engagement to take a look and then further that work in the design. So it helps further the design process because now those design architects who are engaged by the government know where to start. It gives them a lot of great information. And so hopefully moves that process along quicker. And then the quicker we get design done, the quicker we can go to construction.
Thank you so much. It's such a beautiful school with such wide open spaces. It'll be really exciting to see what happens. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. As you were sharing your report, it came to my mind, a lot of people often ask, where do schools come from and why don't we get them faster? And I just want to say, we get our schools, it's a long road process. And I just want to thank you, Christine, for the advocacy work you do within your role to get us the buildings that support students. I know it takes years and years of advocacy and meetings and connecting with the city, connecting with the province, and even those applications to show where we're at with our building structure. All those pieces form the puzzle of a new school. So thank you for all the work that you do for that. Okay, moving on, instructional services.
Hey, it's been a pretty busy September, like it has been in our schools. Lots of exciting pieces moving along, including our brand new Spanish bilingual teacher who we recruited from Spain for a year. So a really neat opportunity that we've struck with Alberta Education and the Spanish Embassy around bolstering the Spanish speakers in our Spanish bilingual program. As you have read or you might have heard, Permission Click is now dormant, and so we have reverted back to paper packages for field trips and school trips, which has gone very smoothly. Thank you to Carly Campbell, our executive assistant, for really fine-tuning the paper process. As we know, paper is not ideal, and so we're continually working with Jesse in tech to look at what other viable options there might be in the near future. We are hopeful that we can find something, but as we know, with technology, there's no perfect response. So we just will roll up our sleeves and continue to look for possible options. Inclusive education, Jackie Fletcher, been very busy working with our EAL community. She hosted her second evening or day of conversations with community members who support our EAL population in our community. And she was very optimistic with the work that happened and that will continue to happen there. And she anticipates another meeting in the near future. As well, Jackie and Erin Herkett are working very closely together because, as you know, Erin Herkett is working on our elementary report card template. This year we have schools piloting a new elementary report card. And Jackie, in turn, given the feedback from her ISP meeting with parents, she recognizes that we need to be reflecting really similar reporting out for our instructional support plans, making sure that we're accountable and providing parents with information that is valuable around their child's progress, whether they're neurotypical or exceptional. Wellness grants and nutrition grants have been rolled out, and so schools have been planning their nutrition programs and organizing planning around their initiatives related to wellness. I met today actually with Erin Herkett and SAPDC's director around PL in the division, and it sounds like there's a very robust plan in place this year supporting assessment in our schools, because we recognize that that's one of our overarching main themes is supporting learning and assessment for our teachers and our administrators. Mental health capacity has a very robust report here. Please do have a review of that. They spent a lot of time this summer working alongside various community members to provide summer programming for our students. Even though they were not in school, they were busy doing lots of neat activities and very educationally connected. Just looking at what else you may need to draw your attention to. One piece that you may hear rumblings of, we are exploring My Blueprint. We've had My Blueprint around now for a solid 8 years, at least since I've been here, with varying levels of uptake. And so we are initiating a bit of a survey and then also asking My Blueprint to draw data from the last 3 years, looking at the use of the application, because I think we recognize that we value career information, resume information, understanding credentials required for post-secondary. We just want to see from our comm teachers how frequently we are using My Blueprint and if we are getting the best bang for our buck. So that's another piece that we have embarked upon, and yeah, just lots going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Morag. Craig.
It's going to stay. Under learning and instruction, we know that the government has brought in some new tests. And obviously, we don't want the kids tested to death. So I noticed you dropped the F&P for grades 1 and 2. Do the government assessments match those that are sort of the F&P assessments?
And then you can jump in. Short answer is no. They are two different tools. I had the opportunity last week. I was at one of our schools and I sat through a couple of the assessments, 3 or 4 of the assessments, just to see what they're like. I had an opportunity to see the CC3, the lens, and the numeracy assessments. So I've got a much better understanding of specifically what they're about. And so the short answer is no. F&P is a different tool. You can get some similar information, but they're definitely not the same thing.
So in these government required testing, are our students going to be able to, and the teachers getting that information, are we able to meet their needs the way we want to meet their needs? And I mean, because the government comes out with different things and you just wonder if what they're doing is effective compared to what we were doing. And so that's a loaded question, but honestly, it'd be nice for us to know.
No, I'm ready for it. I can start. Certainly anyone who wants to add in. And I will say in fairness, we do need a little more time to figure that out, but and you can get different conversations from different teachers and their perspective on the data. Ultimately, there is good, the reports that come back are good, they look good, that sort of thing. When you look at intervention and screening, generally speaking, best practice would not be to send them up somewhere and then get the information back. Generally speaking, you would get the information right away and start to enact that. So I think that's probably a strength of FMP. There's other strengths in these new assessments, but short answer, in my conversation, this may evolve over time because we need to have more conversations and teachers need to have more time to enact these assessments. But where a big part of the challenge is going to be, and I think exactly to your question, is how do you take that information and then bring it into instruction? How does it inform instruction? And then how does it inform resource selection? And, when you look at FMP, lots of people have different perspectives on FMP, but there is a method to go from I do the assessment to here's my instructional practice and here's some resources that I can use to support that. I don't think we're there yet. I think many of our teachers will be able to make that leap because they're professionals and they're outstanding at what they do. But I think that's going to be a challenge, and it's something that we are struggling with as a system a little bit to come up with, well, how are we going to work in this new world where we do have to do these mandated assessments? In an ideal world, if we could do some FMP and those assessments, that would really help. But how much assessment can you do and what's reasonable? And so that's why we backed off on some of the FMP as well to give some space for that. So the short answer is, I think we're still in early days, and I think that's going to be our big challenge moving forward is how do we take this and make it usable beyond just part of it, we have to just rely on our professionals because they know their kids and they're very, very good at what they do. But how do we then support it as a system? And is that where we should be putting our time and resources in? And
So just a couple of follow-ups. Then the resources that we have from F&P, teachers would be able to adapt that to what these tests would probably give them, so that we're not spending more money on resources, right? I mean, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a great question that I couldn't answer. And the question is, how much of the work that we've already done can we just move into this new system? In some cases, I believe that can happen. In others, I'm not sure. And then it'll also depend on what do the 4 or 5 assessments look like.
Okay. And just the last question, grade 3. Is this also part of that Alberta education testing? Now, when I see grade 3, I automatically think of PATs, having done a few, but how close, is that the same type of assessment, or is it a little different, or from grades 1 and 2?
Yeah, and I think in conversation with Aaron and looking at the provincial K through 4 literacy screening assessments, the K through 2 is really robust. So kindergarten, we have 3 assessments. Grade 1, we have 4 assessments. Grade 2, we have 2 assessments. Grade 3, we have 1, the CC3. And so really, there's more room in those later years to do that time-wise, right? And what we were talking about over the last couple of weeks was, how many minutes is too many minutes in September to be spending one-on-one with a student when you're getting to know those kids, right? And so we were calculating out approximately 30 minutes is going to be required per student for kindergarten through grade 2, and grade 3, 4, 5, there's a little bit more flexibility, but I think, your question's really fair, Craig, because Fountains of Pinnell, we've really come a long way with, and we've developed some great longitudinal data around F&P. And I think, teachers, if they do so still wish to use F&P in certain regards, they can. And I think there will be some that will, but in the short term in September, I don't anticipate many people will be jumping on all these different assessments right away, right?
Can I ask another follow-up? And how many times, like you just said, that kindergarten has to be tested 3 times? Or
Only twice, but with at risk in the third.
Okay. So these will be tests that have to go ongoing throughout the year?
I'm sorry, kindergarten, there's only 2.
Okay.
And so in January, there's the 1, and then only at risk in the second phase. the grade 1, 2s, there are 3, again, only at risk in the 3rd phase. So that does alleviate a little bit of time in that last trimester.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everything that the administration does to help the teachers get these tests off. And anytime the government comes out with something new, there's a lot of work. And hopefully it'll give us the results that we need to help our children perform or achieve better results. So thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Andrea?
I appreciate the pullback on the F&P at this time when the teachers had so many other tests to do. And at this time of year when teachers are trying to establish rapport and routine with children, to be pulled out of their classroom to do one-on-one tests was not ideal. And also, for example, testing grade 1 children 1 minute of addition, timed addition, 1 minute of time subtraction when they don't know that skill in September. Once we get feedback from the teachers and the admin, could we have some kind of advocacy in our role as a board in feedback to Alberta Ed around these tests and how we feel about them and how they impacted our division, and what do we get from them? Like what was the intent?
I think Erin is pretty committed to reviewing the process and seeing how it goes, given this is the first year, right? And she was one of the first people to advocate for additional sub time and testing so that teachers can get this work done. I think we all acknowledge that time away from the whole classroom is hard, especially in September, Andrea, and we'll continue to share that feedback as we move through this.
And I appreciate so much the advocacy and giving some sub time to get that done. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and just to dovetail on that response, certainly if the board decides it would like to advocate on this issue, then we can absolutely provide you some information. And, you know, even sitting here today, I can provide you 2 areas. One is the administration of the tests. There's a variety of areas in there. Like you said, grade 1s, you've got kids who are brand new to school and they're just figuring out that, you know, I don't get a nap in the afternoon, yet they're trying to do these assessments, those sorts of things. There's some things in terms of the workload that we need to talk about. There's some things about the timing of when they came in and how they got rolled out that we need to talk about. So there's a bunch of administrative things. And then exactly Craig's question, that instructional impact, and the point that you made is what exactly, where are we going with that? And some of that we have to figure out internally, no question about it, but I think we do need to advocate on that as well. So once we have more information, we can circle back to that and see what the board would like to do.
Thank you. I just think it's really important for us to be a voice on behalf of our division. Thanks.
Maureen, I saw your hand. Allison had her hand up. Is this okay, Allison?
And I have a number of questions, but I'll start with this section, and then if Morag wants to, if it's about this section, then I can come back after. Just in regards to this section and hearing the comments and reading, knowing what happening in the classroom with these assessments, how are the assessments being shared with parents, as well as when we look at the students that we're identifying as at risk, how are we ensuring that parents are knowing and understanding the impact of that and the assessments and how they can help support their students?
I'll find out for you.
Thank you. And then if she has something about this topic, I can go on. I can ask my stuff after.
Is there anything further right now? You'll come back with information? Okay, Maureen will come back with information. Go ahead, Allison.
Perfect. So at the start of the beginning of the report where it talks about the school letter templates to ensure consistency and common language for schools. Can you give us an idea of what type of common language you're looking to implement in those?
Well, as we've come out of COVID, we've apprised the board of just the higher number of violence threat risk assessments that we have to do. Essentially attending to the safety of students in our schools. There's a real need for structure around understanding when do we suspend, When do we experience a violence threat risk assessment or activate a violence threat risk assessment, or when do we expel? And so there's been some work during the summer doing just some tightening up of processes, working with my team. And so we're anticipating end of October releasing some documentation that structures processes a little bit more clearly so everyone's on the same page.
Thank you. My next question, I know I had it highlighted in my notes and you said that the permission click license went dormant. Definitely hearing lots and lots and lots in the community in regards to permission click. Is there anything that we could have done different so it didn't go dormant? It was just something that all divisions are now dealing with?
So each division responds to forms very differently. Of course, we are a non-Google school division, so we don't have the same options there. Yeah, I mean, for the price that we were getting, and unfortunately, we were having some challenges with response and support that we couldn't keep the product up to the extent or quality that we would like to.
Thank you. Moving on to the inclusive education piece, of course, ISPs is close to my heart, and knowing that many of the families that came out to speak in regards to that, with the revamping of the ISPs, I know you touched on some of those changes that are going to be, they're going to be looking at from the feedback from that meeting. How is that going to be followed up with the parents that did participate, and is there intention of having a further meeting with those parents that are dealing on a day-to-day basis with their kiddos?
You must have had your vitamins this morning, Allison. I think, when we talk about the work around ISPs, the information and communication will have to go deeper than strictly the group of parents that were in attendance for the ISP meeting that we had late May, wasn't it? The work as well is transcending or working between Erin and Jackie. So, even recognition of how do we identify a student who's on an ISP on our report cards? Does everybody in our system understand what that looks like? And when we look at even a student who comes either from another division or a student goes to another division, is it really clear on a report card what that program looks like? And I think we're finding resoundingly not really, right? So yes, absolutely, Jackie would have full list of intentions of reporting out to all families, all parents, because I think, we had 60 on that night, but we know there are way more parents who would be impacted by the changes. And similarly to what Erin is doing in involving parents with the pilot of the elementary report card, as Jackie rolls out and looks at ISPs, she would also be involving a parent group around that.
And then with the knowledge and employability program, it says that you're starting the process of discussing it in our school. So you're looking at changes, or what does that starting the process of discussing look like?
And this one isn't all that new, Allison. Knowledge and employability has been a really tricky program to support and navigate, because we really want to make sure we do adhere to the outcomes and curriculum, right? What we do know is we do have to have a look at all of our specialized programs, whether that's DLA, whether that's Parker's Place, whether that's Nikki's Den, whether that's our access to English programs. As we change, and we've had similar programming for the last 8 years, we know that our clientele has changed. And so as well with our knowledge and employability program, knowing that that is curriculum grade 8 to 12, we do service students outside of the mandate of what that program really does typically contain. So we have to look at how do we support our students who are identified with various needs, whatever those needs may be, and that they are a right fit for K&E programming. So that one is one that Jackie has on her burner on her desk to look at alongside other programming that we have in our schools.
Okay. Knowing that across the province, a discussion certainly is CASA programming. So that's certainly not the intent that you're going with that direction, that conversation about K&E.
We've had preliminary conversations with CASA and Allied Health and AHS. it's a fabulous program, as well as the ISSP. We've also had conversations with that group out of Calgary. I think what we need to really look at is there space? Do we have students who meet that mandate that CASA programming provides? And I don't think we're there yet as well. I think it's very important for the board to know that with all of these CASA programs or ISSP programs, education is on the bill to pay for the teacher of that program. And so as much as the services are fabulous to potentially access, we have to find the space and we have to find the staff to support those programs, and the staffing comes out of our budget.
And I'm happy to hear that. I do not support the CASA classroom, so I'm fully, I would hope that we would have a further discussion before that was something that was brought in. Is there others that have questions? Because I still have a couple more, but.
No, may I just ask how many more questions you have around the report, just time-wise?
Yep, a couple more. So I see the MHCB grant transitioned from AHS to the newly formed Organization of Recovery Alberta. Will AHS still be involved with those, or what will that look like?
I wouldn't have answers to that question. I need to talk to Deanna on that one. Okay.
Sounds good.
So can you just clarify what your question is, Alison?
Yep, I just want to ensure that, like, when we look at mental health supports that we're providing for our students, we talk lots about ensuring that we're working together with our stakeholders. And I wouldn't want to see that AHS is pulling out, knowing that there's a newly formed Recovery Alberta,
Right.
and that we're transitioning from AHS to the newly formed. I wouldn't want that AHS is pulling out of those mental health supports. I would want to see our stakeholders still, including AHS, supporting our students when we look at that mental health.
I can respond to you on that front. Even as early as 2 Fridays ago, I met alongside Paul Weiss from HS, and there's no desire to pull out of those services, Alison.
Excellent, thank you. And then under off campus, love dual credit, and I see in here it speaks about that we haven't heard any news yet in regards to the dual credit grant opportunity. Is there any indication of when our students would be able to be accessing that, or we're still just waiting? Thank you.
Any more questions for Morag? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Morag. Next on our agenda, we have human resources, but at 3:20 was scheduled a presentation from a community member. So to honor her time, I am going to invite her up to the front. And so Tina, if you could please get her PowerPoint ready. And Cito, you can go ahead and take your spot at the front. Yeah.
Can people come with me?
Absolutely. Yep. We'll get some, we'll move some chairs. Yeah. I'll read this and point to you. Yeah.
Just make sure the mic's on.
Hey, welcome. Cito Perak, welcome. Thank you for coming to present to the board. It's good to meet you in person. And before I have a little preamble to read, Cito, yours was the only name that I had. So can I have each person sitting up front just introduce themselves to the board? These move.
They move. Oh, very cool. Okay. Corey Hartley, and I sit on the board of Inclusion Lethbridge. I'm also a parent involved in the Lethbridge School District.
Welcome.
Nicole Haynes. I'm a contractor for Inclusion Lethbridge. I'm also a mother of 2 children on ISPs and a member of the Parent Council at Nicholas Sharon.
Wonderful.
And then we have Bruce McKay, also president of the board of Lethbridge Inclusion, just sitting over there.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. It's good to have you here today. Thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation for the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or a perspective. In accordance with policy 204.13, public presentations and forums, you've complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance and provided a background and briefing document. So today you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I'll have the Secretary Treasurer, which is Christine Lee, to my left, signal you when there is 2 minutes left and advise when the 15 minutes is up and the presentation is finished. Okay, so right here. So she will let you know. You have been provided with the board's expectations for decorum for the presentation. And as the chair, I reserve the right to have the presentation stopped at any time and potentially discontinued should these expectations not be followed. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information, and the board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue immediately following your presentation. Board members can, however, should they wish to do so, ask questions for clarification and understanding following your presentation. The board will respectively consider your information in our future planning process and decision-making and may choose to provide a written response to your presentation. So thank you, and when you begin, the timer will start. And so just for the microphones are to benefit those in the room, but they're also especially to benefit those who are joining us online.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sept Parak, and I'm a parent of a child in the district and a member of Inclusion Lethbridge, and I'm here with a group of dedicated parents and community members who represent families of children with a range of diagnoses. We would like to put a proposal in front of you that we hope will better connect our parents to the division. And there's probably some people hopefully on live stream as well to show support. During this address, if we could go to the next slide, I'd like to bring attention to the fact that there's many parents' voices that are missing, voice our concerns and demonstrate our desire and commitment to work together with the school board to provide perspectives and solutions for a vulnerable population. And also now we'd like to propose the establishment of an inclusive education, parent and community advisory panel. Today, we would like to advocate for the proper support systems of our children's needs to thrive in the school and ensure that our parents, or our teachers, even our parents and support staff receive the resources and assistance they need to be effective. And then the next slide. So while some parents actively reach out for assistance, like me, many remain silent about, and these guys too, many remain silent about their concerns. There are over 11,000 children in the district, yet at the 2024 February Town Hall, 804 parents and community stakeholders attended, and just 801 participated in the online survey, representing about 7% of parent voices. Worse, and even sadly, only 134 responded to the budget review, which is, by my unofficial calculations, about 0.005% of the parent population, with just 21 completing the survey. Alberta's student population statistics show a significant rise in children with special education needs, increasing from approximately 110,000 to over 118,000 in the past 5 years. Given that Lethbridge's population is over 109,000, so many of those children are ours. Many hesitate to speak up for various reasons. Some don't want to be a bother because they don't think it'll make a difference. Others are unsure of how and where to voice their concerns, and many simply feel too weary to continue pursuing help. Additionally, some don't realize that they can even ask for help. At Lethbridge Inclusion Lethbridge, there are 2 calls a month regarding school-related advocacy. The next slide, please. We want our perspective to benefit everyone in the school system, students, teachers, support staff, and administration, and parents. If our voices go unheard, how can you understand our challenges and allocate the budget effectively? While individual needs vary, parents share common struggles. Our neurodivergent children need specific tailored support to move onward, especially from early childhood onward. One-to-one aids when necessary, specialized teaching strategies, continuous social, emotional, and educational engagement throughout the entire day, timely support and transitions to prevent regression, tailored accommodations and consistent consultations with specialists, including OTs, SLPs, behavioralists, for an integrated common approach that goes from school to home environments, which we're not seeing. We often hear statements like, there's no such thing as one-to-one aids. All children face similar challenges. It's normal for children not to share what happens at school. We have to take from Peter to give to Paul. Parents often need to pick their children up early due to inadequate support. We have to wait until mid-October to see what the child needs. It's June now. We can't do anything until next year. We feel dismissed when told we never said that. The lack of understanding of neurodivergent needs is concerning. Every moment matters for our children's future, which cannot be postponed until graduation, and which is much more intertwined with parents' life for long life, unlike our neurotypical children. When their needs aren't met, they struggle academically and socially. Teachers and staff lack the necessary tools to support. We often hear this is a government issue and you should advocate at a higher level. But we can see that the funds weren't allocated adequately to address our children's needs, leaving many with less than they deserve. Parents are exhausted and overwhelmed, feeling that they can't fight the battle alone. Many advocating parents encounter vague assurances like, we'll look into that, leading to limited progress, inconsistencies in instructional plans, and support across schools further complicate matters, and some teachers hesitate to communicate, isolating parents. Fostering open dialogue and collaboration can bridge these gaps and enhance support for everyone. Today, we stand together to show our voices represent many in the community. Through discussions with longtime advocates in our community, it's clear that the connection between parents and school system has diminished compared to many other years when parents were actively involved in committees. This collaborative environment not only encouraged greater visibility for the board among government bodies, but also led to increased funding and support for the district's needs. And the next slide, please. We would like to propose the creation of an inclusive education parent and community advisory panel composed of parents and community members to actively engage with the school board. This initiative is inspired by the values and objectives outlined in the Parkland School Board document in Spruce Grove, Alberta, near Edmonton. This committee has been operational for going on 3 years and has demonstrated its value. This concept is not new to the district, as similar committees previously facilitated important discussions and addressed key issues. Having a panel like this sort would provide vital evidence and support, enabling the board to increase funding, allocate resources specifically for children with special needs, implement and fund appropriate support mechanisms such as one-to-one aids when necessary, ensure that all staff receive training on unique needs of children with special needs, and collaborate with parents to develop effective individualized education plans. We believe establishing this panel further enhances efforts and create more inclusive education environment for all students and also systemic procedures. Over the past 3 years, the Parkland School Division has successfully engaged parents and community in meaningful consultations in the following areas: access to high school CTS courses for students, student mental health and well-being, playground accessibility and recess-supported activities, inclusive field trip consideration, parent communication, and total inclusive communication. We hope that in the development of this board, we can make it meaningful and congruent to the needs of the children in the division so that it can enhance their experience in the educational system. Everyone can benefit from this proposal. Parents, teachers, and aides will see more resources and tools. All aides in the district could even become ACE trained so that more consistency is across the board and could be supporting meltdown situations. Besides our neurodivergent students, the group that will be helped the most and probably gain the most is our neurotypical learning peers, as they will develop understanding, collaboration skills, and problem-solving abilities. Inclusive classrooms prepare them to be more accepting and compassionate in life and the workplace. Fostering an open dialogue and collaboration can bridge these gaps. Next slide. So in closing, I hope that us being here strengthens our visibility and our commitment to our children, and that it shows you that we have perspective that can help the school division be one of the powerhouses of change within the province and even serve as a model to other school boards. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you allowing us to present today. Please don't hesitate to reach out to any of us or myself so we can talk about how to move this initiative forward. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and decisions in the next board meeting. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Setel. That was an inspiring and powerful and data-filled presentation, and I thank you for being here. And I would like to open it up to board members for questions. Christina.
Hello to everyone, and thank you to those who have joined for the presentation as well. Thank you very much. That was very informative, and I really appreciated the passion with which you spoke and the information you provided. Some questions I have are, you alluded to that the communication between parents and the division has maybe eroded by mentioning that there used to be more parents involved in committees. Is there more information about what those committees would have been? Or
Yeah, I think, I don't know specifically them, but I do have access to the people who were on those committees. And they said that they accomplished a lot by having those committees in the past, and so much more visibility was given to the board. And even their concerns were like listened to more because they were working together. Yeah. And I can get you the names if you need. Yeah.
am I allowed to ask for that? Is that okay? Okay.
So 90s, give or take, it was the parent advisory committees that were the precursors to some of the parent councils. And then there was also I can remember who was all on it, but I don't remember what the committee was called, but it included the district psychologist that helped write some of the ISPs at the time. It included several EAs, teachers, handful of parents, I want to say about 4, and who else was on there? At least one trustee. Trying to remember all the things while I was playing Legos under the table. And yeah, long conversations. It was my mom that was on a lot of these boards.
Yeah, for sure, Christina. And if you do come up with official, like the information, please feel free to email that on. We would love to have that information.
Binders.
Yep, absolutely. Christina, another question.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate historical knowledge, because things do change over time, and it's important to maybe catch what maybe has gone to the side. Question, and this maybe for others who maybe know as well. Curious, within the school council structure, within ASCA, Division School Council, like, are there subcommittees of Division School Council where parents who advocate on a similar topic also work together? Like, are there mechanisms for this kind of targeted advocacy within Division School Council or ASCA as well? Sorry, ASCA, Alberta School Councils Association. Sorry, thank you.
Not inclusive specific. You'll get individual parents that will speak to an inclusive topic in their individual committees. But when we're looking at a committee of 6 to 12 members, you got one person that's doing the inclusive thing. You don't have a set committee within.
And as per ASCA, based on their last round of minutes and the seminars they had at the last big meeting, I'm going to go with no, doesn't seem like there's a separate inclusion committee, which is why we feel like it would be very helpful voice to have.
Jenny?
Thank you for that information and for your passion and interest in this work. My question would be in seeking to understand more clearly the panel that you hope to form. Can you give us a little bit of a more detailed idea of what a composition of that panel might look like, or where you're hoping to pull from in creating that panel? Are you looking for, this is between parents and members of the division, or are we looking for community expertise to be a part of that as well? Can you tell me a little bit more about the detail, a little more detail on what that panel might look like in what you're hoping to accomplish?
Yeah, so the final format, I don't know, but like what I learned from Parkland is that there was about, I think, 6 to 7 parents, and maybe some of those were I think maybe in 1 year or something, they did have like a specialist or two on the board as well that's from the community. And then it was supervised or led or chair led. I don't know the exact vocabulary towards everything, so I apologize, but there's the associate superintendent who helped with it, and also there's a lead principal who was on it as well. And those were the head people who would report back to the board. So they would bring issues that they needed consultation on, and then they would bring those to the board. So for us, I want it to be a little bit more diverse in who we have on the board. Like I would like it, like how Nicole was saying, a few more, like maybe an SLP on there, maybe like definitely more parents for sure. And parents who have kids in the system, and maybe a few parents who know what it's like to be out of the system as well. So just a very diverse, and somebody from the advocacy board definitely like should be on there as well. Yeah, so I think that would be a really good mix of having people who know like different ways to deal with, because some of the things, it was very systemic, like the inclusive playgrounds and stuff like that. So it really requires some like research as well. So people who are willing to do that and dive deep into those things.
Any other questions? Allison?
Don't have a question because it's just, you guys know it's close to my heart, and I appreciate you guys coming to present today, and look forward to what the future might be for this. So thank you for taking the time and the energy, and for meeting with others and to bring the presentation together. Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, just in talking, it just came up to me, when we're talking about like the neurodiversity, but do we also in your inclusion mean the children that are in, that have health problems that they can't walk, cystic fibrosis, wheelchair, and that's sort of all under that same umbrella?
I didn't want to make the presentation too long, so I didn't put that slide in, but I was going to put one in with like it means inclusive, yeah. Inclusive of everyone who has needs and how to support them so that it's like, what do they call it? Universal. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. I have to say, I really appreciated your comment about impacting the entire school ecosystem, right? And the importance of not just supporting our neurodivergent students, but also through that, supporting our neurotypical students as well, and really creating a beautiful community of inclusion and support. And I think, I know inclusion is one of the 5 visions values, I should say, of this board. And so we value your input and your perspective. And anything that we can hear, learn, glean of how to improve learning for all students within our community is absolutely beneficial. And so we will take the information learned and discuss it as a board, and it will be taken into consideration in future decision making. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you everybody for listening. And if you guys need any more information, just reach out to any of us. Yeah.
And then we're going to jump back to our human resources reports.
Yes. Yes, human resources. Here we go. It's been a busy start, like everybody else, so not in isolation of anybody else. Just a few highlights from the report. Our total number of teachers on the sublist is 155. That's 10 more than we had on the sublist at this time last year. We consider that to be a healthy number, a healthy range. So if you're hearing otherwise, we are higher than we were last year for our teacher sublist. Have we recovered fully from the numbers that we had before COVID? No, but we have been managing. We're working more diligently to collaborate on specific events that do require more subs, professional learning events, so that we can be more proactive, so that we have coverage when the time comes and we need more subs on specific days. Moving to enrollment, we're in the process of compiling enrollment data from all of our schools. We have our enrollment number. We will have our enrollment numbers finalized by September 30th. Preliminary indicators suggest that we have growth in our enrollment. We have increased our enrollment numbers from this time last year. However, the rate of increase is expected to be just a little bit lower compared to the growth we experienced last year. We're still looking at increases of approximately 70 to 100 students. We are looking at class size and gathering class size data. We're also looking at staffing considerations and working with schools to address some of those hot spots where there may be increases in staffing required due to increases in enrollment. Moving to wellness, one of our big initiatives this year out of the gates is the Send Before 6. We've had some very positive feedback about our Send Before 6 initiative. We are working on reciprocating that to parents and families. So we're looking at different ways we can be more cognizant about what we're sending to parents in the evenings and on weekends. So that's school messenger, Teams, school cash online, in addition to when public school works. That's the coursework we do for our OH&S, Occupational Health and Safety. We have heard that some of those course reminders come on the weekend, and so we are looking into those as well to make sure we're taking care of everybody in this process, staff, students, and families. Another highlight, we continue with our concerted efforts at our support staff recruitment. So we did do a social media sponsored ad campaign. It was very cost effective and had lots of clicks. So we'll continue to look at some of our recruitment efforts. We are in the process of reevaluating some of our hiring processes for support staff and reducing some of the barriers that they may be experiencing. So we will be inviting some of our administrators to join a temporary committee looking at some of our staffing processes. We'll be doing that probably at the beginning of October. Questions?
Okay. Oh, questions for Robbie? Allison.
Thank you, Robbie, for
Of course.
your presentation today with the regards to HR. I know you guys have been busy, lots going on beginning of the school year. Absolutely appreciate the innovation to move forward the social media sponsored ad campaign. I think that that's great to look at different ways that we're reaching people and potentially in the age category that you might be wanting to get some of our staff. I'm just wondering, I know you provided quite a bit of stats in there, and I'm just wondering if you have any stats on was there an increased number of applications, and was there an increase in the type of applications that were coming in?
That's a great question, Allison. I don't have specific stats as it relates to anything that we can compare it to. I will tell you that we have had some significant success with hiring this fall. So, you know, when we look at what we had to staff, you know, in the spring and what we had to carry over, we've made concerted efforts to support that staffing process. And we've had, I would say we've had an increase in applicants compared to what we experienced in July, that's for sure. But I don't have specific stats on whether or not that social media ad had anything to do with the increases.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Robbie, for your report.
Thanks, everyone.
Now we will move on to the superintendent's reports. Board priorities report, Mike.
Okay, thank you. And as always, I'll hit some of the highlights, but I won't hit everything. And of course, if there's questions, then either myself or someone on the executive council can certainly answer those. Just wanted to call your attention to Jesse Sedlowski's note at the bottom of the governance priority there. This just working with the Children's Autism Services in a new school in Edmonton that they're opening up and providing some technology from the division that we weren't using, and certainly appreciate that work and that collaboration, and that's certainly the tech team's heart. They love to help out the community whenever they can, so absolutely appreciate that. Then on the second page there, it talks a little bit about Director of Learning Aaron Herkett working with Lethbridge Polytechnique. Still taking me time to get used to that and not call it the college. That we've have some STEM, science, technology, engineering, math kits that are available to help support teachers in the new math and science curriculum. So really excited about that. Heard some really positive things about that and an opportunity to continue to grow that. And just a plug for the relationships that we have with our post-secondaries in Lethbridge. We're very, very fortunate that way. They are great partners and we're deeply appreciative of that. So then I'll skip into, we'll get on to kind of the third page there where it says social studies. And it talks about the number of teachers that are piloting the new social studies curriculum, around 34 teachers. And, you know, I feel that that's just absolutely critical. The more we can get our teachers in there working with the curriculum in the context with kids, then we can provide that feedback to the government about what's working, what isn't, where are the gaps, those sorts of things. So happy to see that and appreciate the work that those teachers are doing. As you scroll down there, it talks about in June, the technology department received feedback from school admin on some of the features in Microsoft Teams. And I wanted to emphasize that because, you know, there's a new personal mobile device social media procedure that we've brought in, and that's been well publicized. But also I think one of the silver linings or one of the spin-off benefits of that procedure coming in the government ministerial order is us taking a look at what are we doing with technology and where are those areas that we need to improve. And there were some things in the chat feature of Teams that were causing challenges that weren't necessarily educational. And so, you know, we had to make some adjustments to that, turn some of that stuff off. And it's a little bit of a journey. Sometimes you got to turn things back on because you realize, oh, it has an impact that maybe you didn't intend. But it's mostly just to let the board know that, you know, we're focused beyond just the procedure. I mean, that's an important part of the work we're doing right now, but that's not. You also know about the AI committee that Jesse is starting up. That would be another example. Later, we'll talk about plans for the technology policy that we have and what we'd like to do down the road. So, and then it talks about the technology department along with superintendent's office working to apply new firewall rules to comply with the new procedure. I can tell you I'm not writing any firewall rules. I am not doing any of that, but I do help because, and we talked with administrators about this. We've been we've really tightened up the firewall. And so with the idea that, there are going to be things blocked and we might have to, again, back off a little bit in some areas and schools might need access to certain things that we never considered. And that will cause a little bit of, people going, oh, what are we doing? But we think that's the way to go right now, that we'd rather start it off a little bit tighter. And if we got to back off on some areas, we'll do that. But there has been some unintended consequences right before schools started. For some reason, YouTube was being blocked on the network, and that wasn't something that we wanted to do. The firewall was telling us it was good, but it was creating an issue. So we got to work through some of those things. That's just, again, an FYI. That's a little bit of the growing pains of bringing in a procedure like we brought in. And then we'll flip kind of toward the end, priority learning and capacity building. Just wanted to reemphasize again the Parabytes training that's been done and continues to be done. We've put a lot of time and effort into that and seen some real positives for our educational assistants. We're going to continue to try and improve that and make it just as good as it can possibly be. So those are some of the highlights that I want to share with you on that. If you got any questions, either myself or someone else will be happy to answer them.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Jenny.
Thank you, Mike. I wondered if you might be able to tell us a little bit more about the elementary report card the template that we're piloting, what that looks like and how that's different from what's been practiced before.
Great question. And I can start off, but certainly anybody more I can jump in. So as you know, in our assurance plan, for example, reporting on student progress is a priority. We also have, at the elementary level, we have new curriculum coming in and it's much more outcomes based. And so we've really taken a look at how do we do our reporting. And so we wanted to, we felt because there's new curriculum, we also needed to update what we're doing in terms of reporting anyways. So we thought this was a good opportunity to engage teachers and parents in what that might look like. So really what the new report cards look like is a little more of here's what the outcomes are, here's how your child is doing in relation to the outcomes. So a little more direct that way because there is the ability with the curriculum now, and we think to do that a little more effectively. And then a big part of that will be, so from the educational side, you kind of put together a template, but it's really important to make sure that it speaks to parents and that information is useful for them. And so that's a big part of the pilot too, getting some of that feedback. We are struggling a little bit. This is where the technology limits us because we use PowerSchool as our student information system, and PowerSchool isn't always great at adapting its templates. So that's something that we're struggling with a little bit. It's certainly something, we know it's something that the board would be interested in learning more about. We think it's probably a really good committee, the whole topic, just to come in and show you what that might look like and give you a much deeper look than what I've talked about here now.
Just to follow up, I appreciate that idea. I think this is, like you said, it's one of the areas of priority that we established in our assurance planning. And if we were to take that time to do that, I think that there would be interest, at least for myself as well, in looking at the assessment in those middle schools that's leading to that reporting and what work we're doing there to have some standardized assessment in our middle schools.
Well, it's almost like we planned this because the Friday of our admin symposium was all about assessments and really focusing in on what we call clarity in assessment, and specifically at all grades, outcome-based assessment and how it relates to reporting and how it relates to instruction. And I would love the opportunity to kind of share with the board some of what we're working through and what that looks like. And that's at all the grade levels, elementary, middle school, and high school. So we have started that process. I think we can share with you kind of what that looks like in that vision. We want to be very cautious about trying to do too much, and we think those are areas to really focus in on. We also believe, Jenny, just to your point, I won't belabor it too long, but we believe that what's going on at the elementary school can help inform what's happening at middle school and even into high school potentially. They are different, but a lot of the concepts we think we can transfer over. Also, middle school, we've got some new curriculum in grade 6, so middle school is going through this process as well. So we think there's some nice connection and synergy there as well.
Morag.
Yeah, really timely question, Jenny. I mean, we talked with our middle school administrators just today around reporting communication, supporting learning conversations, parent involvement when it comes to report cards. But then, of course, the conversation got a lot bigger and kind of messy. But I think those kinds of conversations really allow for people to be comfortable and identify some of the challenges and struggles that they're encountering, right? And I think we use technology sometimes because it's easy and it gives people data that they require, but is that the right data? And does that facilitate conversations at home that are meaningful for students and their parents, right? And so, Jesse and Aaron and I got together and we developed a little timeline. I'm not sure if it's online yet, but this kind of gives you a map or a pathway of what we're going to be doing with the report card piece with elementaries. And really preliminarily, we're not launching anything in middle schools this year. We are keeping status quo while we talk about what is important at our middle school level as we move forward, and how do we involve the elementary information in our middle schools, because we know our middle schools are sandwiched between the big people, and apparently they have a different way of reporting, but I think there needs to be a more seamless way as we look at the transition of 5 to 6 and then 8 to 9. And I think the biggest and the nicest piece for me being a parent as well in this system was every single administrator in that middle school group talked about the importance of having parent feedback as we move forward and ensuring that what we end up using as a reporting method is accurate and helpful for parents, rather than just being live numbers online. So we know we've got some work to do there.
Allison.
I certainly appreciate all the work that's gone into the report cards. I think it is definitely appreciating our values that we have as a division. So thank you for that work. Mike, I have a question in regards to and you might not know the answer, in regards to the SuperNet piece, and our tech department is working together with Calgary Board of Education. I know as a board, we certainly were advocating for funding to ensure that we got out of the 20 years ago funding. Do you know if that changed and that's why we're on the 2.0, or is funding still something we're advocating for?
Yeah, that's a great question. And because I don't know, because I think really the question is, did our advocacy work, and did we, which is a really good question.
And do we still need to keep advocating?
We need to keep advocating. Yeah.
And then my other question is in regards to the early education program. So looking at the numbers, 172 students, which is great that we have them in our division. Definitely the concern for me is where we have 138 of those students that are accessing supports. So we just had a presentation on inclusive education, and I will continue to hammer home on that. To me, 80% of the students having support required. To me, I don't consider that inclusive education. And that really saddens me that that's how our early education students are experiencing the start of their schooling years. And I'm just wondering, what are we doing as a division that would ensure we're attracting other students so that they come to our division, so that we can be ensuring that our spaces are inclusive and that we're providing those opportunities rather than sitting at that 80% threshold of students. Thank you.
I think we spent a lot of time talking about program unit funding and early education programming last year with the board, and Rochelle Neville really led the charge there in just helping us all understand that our early education programming and the funding that we receive is sustainable because of program unit funding. And so the reality behind being able to also include spots for neurotypical students are already getting eaten up because we're finding that they're identified with speech or language. So that is often a common trend. The reality is that this is a different ratio, Allison, that you've identified this year compared to years pre-COVID, where we had more funding for students and more funding that went into our early education programs. So ideally, we would always want to have neurotypical spaces, but quite honestly, we don't have the funding to be able to support more programs that would allow for more neurotypical spaces. What I have noticed and looked at with Rochelle is that the number of students who are coded or categorized is the same. So really, the spots that we have had to eliminate or that have taken the place of are the neurotypical spots or the neurotypical peers that we typically had in our early education programs.
Thank you, Morg. Yes, inclusion without appropriate funding is exclusion, right? And that is not what we want within our school buildings. So we will continue to advocate for appropriate funding for students. Okay, next on, oh, sorry. Thank you, Craig. Go ahead.
Just a couple of questions. The new school in Edmonton, is that a private school or is that through the Edmonton public system or the Edmonton separate system? The autistic school.
Oh, you know what? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that.
I can provide that information. It is not through Edmonton Public. It is definitely not a public school.
It's not a public school, but the government does fund some of it, I guess.
It is not publicly, it's not a public or Catholic school.
Okay. The other question I have, and maybe this is a long-term plan, but on the budget, it would be nice as we go through some of this to get, I guess, a little more about some of the things that we're doing. I mean, a little more in-depth knowledge as trustees about some of the things that we're doing that are hoping to improve the achievement of our students. As I go through this report, it would be nice, I think, for me, and I don't know about the rest of them, but it would be kind of nice to learn about what actually that goes on in the TIP program, the Teacher Induction Program, just so that we kind of know we're spending money on things. It'd be nice to be just aware of things. On the numeracy and literacy, like it'd be nice to go over the science and the new social studies curriculum. And I'm just thinking, I know there's been lots of mention on the Indigenous education about things they're doing socially for the parents and the students, but what are we doing academically? And it would be nice to have a follow-up, probably regularly or quarterly, at least so that we know and the public knows that the money is being spent to help these children academically as well as socially. So I guess that's just my wish, if we could just sometime during the year have a little bit more in-depth conversation on some of these things. And I don't want to put any more work on anybody, but just to even have the people come in and just talk about, and we could do maybe the committee of the whole or something. But it would just be nice so that as we prepare for the budget, which is going to start in November, December, that we are more aware of what's going on.
Thank you, Craig. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mike, for your report. Appreciate it. Next, World Teachers Day.
Yeah, so you see the memo here on October 5th, World's Teachers Day. It's been celebrated since 1994. Certainly just want a huge thank you to the professionalism of our teachers. And really, I know it's World Teachers Day, but I know our teachers would appreciate that, to also say a huge appreciation to all of our staff and the excellent work that they do. And all you have to do is go into our schools and you see the work that's being done, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated. And you know, we have very skilled, very dedicated teachers in this division, and certainly that's one of the strengths of this division. And you know, I can tell you from being in schools, like sitting down with those assessments and seeing the work coming in, and I'm coming in at lunch, and I can see one of the little classes, the grade ones, you can just tell they're bubbling and they're excited, and just the professionalism that the staff use to get the kids where they need to go, to care for them, and to make sure they understand what the whole school routine is about is really appreciated. So obviously, I also know this board's commitment and appreciation to teachers and all of our staff, and we're just going to continue to recognize that, because anytime we can talk about the good work that they do, I think that's really important.
Christina.
I have a comment on the last thing too. Sorry, is that okay?
Okay, we'll jump back to that, Christina. Absolutely. I think on behalf of the board, we recognize and acknowledge that all staff in our schools are essential. to the learning and education experience of our kids, for supporting kids, for creating an environment of safety and care and deep respect and dignity and inclusion that they can thrive in and learn about themselves in and discover who they are, discover passions. And that's such an exciting journey for kids to be captured on and to inspire curiosity in our kids. And so to all staff, we truly want to express our gratitude for the dedication and the care that you take in serving the 12,000 students that are under our care. And I encourage trustees to reach out to your liaison schools and even beyond your liaison schools, just to extend a note of gratitude to them for the work that they do. Christina.
Sorry, I just had my hand up before, so I didn't forget again. I apologize. Thank you for that report on World Teachers' Day. That's wonderful. I just wanted to pull out from the board priorities report, the Indigenous education portion. Of course, this coming week is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and our Indigenous education team, as highlighted in your report, is doing lots of work, as they do this week and every week, to support the learning about Indigenous communities, Indigenous ways of knowing, and to commemorate the solemnity of the 30th National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And just wanted to bring that out of the report to speak to that, and appreciation to that team, as well as to all the educators, families, students who work really hard to make sure that it's not a one-day honoring of what we know is a very challenging history between schools and Indigenous communities, and the ways that Indigenous communities are regularly and constantly building resurgence by reclaiming education for their communities in ways that promote the well-being of their own children and families, and that we as educators and a school board, I'm sure would be echoed, is that we're proud to work with families and to be an educational home for so many Indigenous families and staff in our schools. So thanks for highlighting it. And I would encourage everyone to check out the opportunities in their own school and with the division in the next week.
Thank you, Christina. I'm sorry for missing your hand. Craig.
After my last comment, I just want to make it clear that I appreciate all the work that's being done by everyone that's employed in this division. It's just, as we go through the budget, we have to make tough decisions, and so that's why I brought it up. But I do not discount any of the work that's being done, and I appreciate everything that's being done from the caretaker all the way up to superintendent. So just so I clarify that I'm not on a witch hunt.
Yeah, no, thanks, Craig, and certainly that was the way it was received. So yeah, no worries there from my perspective. Yeah. It's a good, fair question, and people will be excited to come talk to the board about the good work that they're doing. Like, we're fired up to talk about some of this stuff. So yeah, you just might be careful what you wish for, though, because you might get a lot of it.
Thanks, Craig. Anyone else? Okay, Mike, keep on going with your report.
Yeah, and Christina, a nice segue into calendar of events, because the first thing what we're going to talk about was Orange Shirt Day, National Truth and Reconciliation, and there will be a variety of things happening here at the Ed Center on the 26th and 27th. There's stuff going on in the schools throughout the week, and certainly the 27th is an area of focus, but not the full area of focus. And then on the 30th, there is a day off, and that's a great opportunity to reflect and take some time to reflect on this journey. But as you said, deeply appreciative of the work that schools do, deeply appreciative of the work that our Indigenous education team does to lead us on this journey. I think we've made some great strides, still lots of work to do, but there's been lots of positives. So yeah. And then the other dates are in here. I won't necessarily read all of them. I can't believe we're starting to think about Thanksgiving already. It seems like it's just the start of the school year, but here we are. Yeah. So that's it on calendar, unless we're missing something, because this board's always good at making sure we have all the stuff in there.
Any?
Mostly for my own sake, can I confirm, is Division School Council, it's an early start time at 6? Or is it 7?
7, there's a presentation at 6.
Typically it's at 6:30, the presentation.
I'd have to look. I think you're right. Yeah. And
But I mean, it's like I haven't done this for it's like this isn't my third year in a row on this committee. But I'm trying to remember if the first one of the year, do we start earlier?
not that I recall, but we haven't done the agenda setting meeting, so I believe it's still 6:30.
Let's plan for 6:30. And
Yeah,
you tell me.
we'll try and get some confirmation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. There's a couple questions.
Oh, sorry.
Allison, then Andrea.
So October 15th, I believe that there's a facilities meeting. That's including the whole board. And that's at 11:30, Christine Lee? Okay. And then the other thing, and I don't know if you'll talk about it when you do the presentation, but we do have the October 29th. Are you going to talk about it after? Or do you want me to put it on here? Okay, so October 29th is a special board meeting, and I believe that's a 7 o'clock start time. So that should be on our list.
Thanks, Allison. Andrea.
The Spirit of 51 committee meeting on October 3rd at 10.
Jenny, was your hand up?
Sorry, Mike, again. For Policy Advisory Committee, I know that at the end of last year, we left with the request from the committee to consider another date and time. And I'm not sure if operations was able to accomplish any other options on that, or are we moving forward? Is that date set or still being set? We have it right now still on a Wednesday. There was a little bit of conflict with that parent representative for the middle schools, with the middle schools ending at 2, but the committee continuing until 3. Are we moving forward with Wednesdays, or are we still exploring other options?
The plan is to meet for the first time on Wednesday and have that as part of our conversation for the first meeting. Do we want to make a change? Because we did have the conversation, but there wasn't consensus, and the minutes sort of reflected that we weren't 100% sure. Also, the other thing is that it's also going to depend on who are the representatives from DSC. So depending on who is selected, they may not have those challenges, or they might have the same challenges. So certainly meeting dates are set for the year, but they're not written in stone if the group, but that first one, we do have it sort of, we're planning to go ahead on that date, and then we'll make a decision as a committee then.
Okay, thank you.
Craig?
I know I got an email, but I can't remember it. It's October 4th, we're meeting at 11 o'clock with PSBAA, or is it November? I can't remember.
That's November.
November 4th. Okay.
Okay, school showcases, acknowledgements of excellence. Again, I won't read all of this. I'll just kind of hit a couple highlights. Certainly General Stewart Elementary, our smallest traditional school, but a mighty school, and new principal there, Ainsley Croyle, very excited, had a chance to visit her, and she's very excited about the opportunity to be at General Stewart, and we're excited to have her there. You know, the Terry Fox Run, that's something that's always been near and dear to General Stewart community's heart, and it's a big event at the school, and something that they always do, and it's a great example of the community connections. And you know, General Stewart is very much a community connected school, and that's really, I think, one of the foundational parts that creates the success that they have at General Stewart. So, yeah, and excited to see the work that Ainsley does there. It's going to be a fun year. Mike Mountain Horse, just hit a couple highlights. First of all, you know, they talk about project-based learning in here, inquiry-based learning. If you ever get an opportunity to go to Mike Mountain Horse and see one of their project-based learning sessions. I know one year the kids had to make, in the gym, they had to make restaurants and different concepts for business, and they're just incredible. And then they had to present their idea to people, and they had to sort of of paper and cardboard versions of what they did. So it's just really phenomenal. If you ever get a chance, I'd highly recommend that. The work that they've done on project-based learning there is very significant, very impactful. Again, another school where very much connected to the community, Kona Ice being there and helping out and donating some money as well. You know, we always get great support from the community that way. And then it's pretty neat to read about the boost notes, which are notes when a student does something kind, something good, that sort of thing, that they recognize that. So pretty cool stuff. That's it on the highlights.
Great. Andrea?
Fun to talk about two schools I spent most of my career at. When you talked about the restaurant at Mike Mountain Horse, it reminded me of the mall in the hall when it used to have all the stores around the edges. So I'm going to be happy to connect with them. They're one of my schools this year. General Stewart, I guess I will always be tied to, whether I'm your trustee or not. It was my pleasure to speak there. And I wanted to thank Garrett for being there to take pictures because he goes to so many occasions and, you know, really shows the joy in what is happening. And I really appreciate seeing these pictures after. So just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out to Garrett for being at so many occasions.
Thank you, Andrea. Allison?
Just a couple of quick things on each of them. So General Stewart, definitely a school with small but mighty. I had the opportunity to have them last year as my one of my schools and talk about community coming out for absolutely everything that they do. And almost every family brings all their family out. So their events are amazing and just brings community together, which is great. Mike Mountain Horse, I've never had an opportunity to have them as one of my schools, but in talking with the Learning Commons facilitator last year, and she did a whole Tim Hortons, like the experiences that they give to those students are absolutely phenomenal. And it's not just, okay, we brought a Tim Hortons cup, like it's phenomenal, the work that they put in to give realistic experiences for those students. So thank you to both of these schools.
Thanks, Allison. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on to our second presentation of the day. Christine Lee will be presenting on the West Elementary School boundary changes.
This time you want to stand up and stretch, I suggest you do that. I'm changing my perspective, just, you know, because I can. Okay, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the proposed boundary changes for our West Lethbridge Elementary Schools to come in effect for the 2025-2026 school year. It's certainly been a journey over the last year. The report that is in the agenda package is a very detailed report. This presentation will highlight some of that information and, of course, the recommendations of the committee. Of course, we had a committee that did a lot of work on this project over the last year. We had trustees Craig Whitehead, who chaired the committee, Alison Purcell and Christine Light, and then we had members of administration, which was executive council. We had our director of facility services and our director of and our coordinator of transportation was also involved because there was lots of data. When this committee was developed, our first order of business was, of course, to review and create new boundaries for a brand new school, West Lethbridge, now named West Cooley Station Elementary. And so that's the easy work. Creating a new boundary for a new school is generally not a difficult exercise. The most difficult and challenging exercise that the committee had to work through was addressing growth and capacity concerns at other elementary schools in West Lethbridge, and in particular, Coalbanks Elementary, which has not only a regular elementary program, but also a Spanish bilingual program. When we started down the road to develop recommendations, we started with developing guiding principles. We looked at past and future enrollment. We looked at City of Lethbridge census data, Canada census data, looked at housing development data. All that information was gathered and reviewed in processing when we were looking at some of the data that we presented. We had 4 in-person engagement opportunities along with online surveys that were held to gather community perspective. And then we developed 3 options that we had presented for feedback. So the first thing is the why. We wanted, when we went out for engagement opportunities, is to establish, so why are we doing this? Why are we changing boundaries? Because again, it's a difficult task, and it does disrupt the lives of our families. One was, of course, the attendance area for new school in West Cooley Station. We had capacity concerns at Coalbanks and Mike Mountain Horse School in West Lethbridge, because West Lethbridge is the fastest growing area of the city of Lethbridge. And of course, we wanted to look at what is future residential growth going to be doing. So our guiding principles that we established when we were looking at some of the information we were communicating, as well as when we were making our recommendations. The first one was to support the successful opening of our new elementary school. We wanted to address capacity concerns, as explained before, at Mike Mountain Horse and Coalbanks. We wanted to make sure that we were balancing out the enrollment amongst the West Side elementary schools. So trying to make sure that enrollment is neither too low or too full. We wanted, of course, limit disruptions to student, staff, and family created by the boundary changes. Now, we say limit disruptions because we know there will always be disruptions in a boundary change, but what can we do to make sure that it's easier on the families and we can limit those disruptions? And of course, to minimize the short-term need for additional boundary changes for West Side elementary schools. And that one is always a hard, if we have a crystal ball, that one is a little easier to commit to. Okay, so one of the things, let's talk about the community engagement. This committee was very focused on making sure that we engage the community as much as possible in West Lethbridge to make sure that we were gathering good information, we were explaining why we're doing what we're doing, and helping the community understand the challenges that we were facing with this particular boundary review. We met for 2 in-person engagement sessions in November 2023, and we asked some particular questions with our survey that followed it. And we heard some information from our respondents related to ideas for addressing growth and capacity, neighborhood factors that we need to consider, and how we can minimize disruption to our students and families through the boundary process. One of the things we heard was that to relocate the Spanish bilingual program, but involve the community. Look at how we can address overcrowding, making sure our communication is transparent, and also making sure that we're looking at transportation solutions as part of our boundary recommendations. When we talked about neighborhood factors, it was very important to our respondents to try and keep communities together and not divide the community, and making sure that proximity to the school was considered. To minimize disruption to student and families, we heard, look at phased implementation, consider siblings. Again, be transparent, communicate early, communicate often. Transportation solutions were mentioned. And then please, 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 if you can, make it a long-term solution. Then after those 2 community engagement, again, this is all before we developed any options around what a boundary change might look like. We did discover after our first 2 community engagements that we needed to further involve our Spanish bilingual program families at Coalbanks Elementary and hear from them their thoughts around boundary changes, possible relocation, that sort of thing. And so we did engage with them in January 2024 in person. And then we also followed up with a survey, and we asked a couple of questions. We asked, tell us a little bit about why you're enrolling your child in the Spanish bilingual program, and what factors would influence you to continue to enroll if we relocated your program, knowing that was one of the recommendations that we heard from our November engagement process. So we know that the community enrolls in Spanish bilingual because they believe in the language and cultural enrichment. They understand the benefits, the cognitive benefits. Their family background might influence why, and then just the community and peer interactions that you get with the Spanish bilingual program. When we talked about what should we consider if we relocate, of course, location, proximity, and convenience was really important. Of course, West Side was a preference. Transportation solutions, again, need to be considered. Making sure the program stays, we keep its integrity and that we keep it the quality program that it's been known to be. And of course, consider family schedules and complexity. So after we gathered all that information, all that survey data, the committee went to looking at what options would help us, one, develop a boundary for a new school, and two, alleviate the capacity concerns. Opening a new school alleviates the capacity concerns at Mike Mountain Horse, because that's why we're adding a new school in the north end of West Lethbridge, because Mike Mountain Horse is the only school. The challenge was then, how do we address the capacity concerns at Coalbanks, as Coalbanks only feeds one community right now, and it also has a Spanish bilingual program. So based on the information, we came up with 3 options. Option 1 was to split the community of Copperwood and redesignate part of the community to the Nicholas Sharon boundary. So we're essentially taking part of that community of Copperwood, designating a portion to Nicholas Sharon. That meant adjustments also to Nicholas Sharon and Mike Mountain Horse boundaries when we're designating a boundary for the new school, but there was no change to Dr. Proby. Option 2 was to relocate the Spanish bilingual program from Coalbanks to Nicholas Sharon Elementary School. That meant taking the whole program out of Coalbanks, putting it into Nicholas Sharon Elementary School. This also meant, through this particular option, changes to Nicholas Sharon's boundaries, Mike Mountain Horse's boundaries, but there would be no change to Coalbanks or Dr. Proby's boundaries. They would stay the same. The only change to Coalbanks would be the Spanish bilingual program would be moved. Option 3 was to relocate the Spanish bilingual program from Coalbanks to West Cooley Station Elementary School, the new school. This option also involved changes to Nicholas Sharon and Mike Mountain Horse boundaries due to designation to the new school, but there was no change to Coalbanks or Dr. Proby's boundaries. Again, except for Coalbanks, we're just moving a program out of that school. So 3 options were presented, and the details on the options are in the actual report document. But let's take a look at after we presented those options. So we presented those options at an open house April 30th at GS Lakey School. We had great attendance. I think we had almost 200 people probably came through during that evening to look at the boards, look at the options, ask questions. And then we released a survey to get feedback on those options. The detailed survey results are at the end of the report that's in the agenda package. We sliced and diced that report in many, many ways to make sure that we had a really good idea of how people in different communities were feeling, different schools were feeling, the Spanish bilingual program, families, how they were feeling about the options. So a lot of different ways we looked at that data. But overall, from 448 responses, which was for a community of elementary schools, that was a very a significant response. Overall, option 3 was the first choice. Option 3 being relocate the Spanish bilingual to Coalbanks Elementary School. And then there's some tweaks to Mike Mountain Horse and Nicholas Sharon's boundaries. Option 2 was the second choice. That was relocating Spanish bilingual to Nicholas Sharon. And then option 1, which was splitting the community of Copperwood, was the third choice. And you could see it was third choice by quite a bit. From our Spanish bilingual families who responded, option 3 was the preferred option as well. Okay, and again, the details, lots of details in the report. So based on our feedback, based on all our surveys, based on the options presented in the survey feedback, the committee took a look at all that and decided that it would recommend new boundaries under option 3, which would include relocating the Spanish bilingual program to West Cooley Station Elementary School for the 2025-2026 school year. Along with this recommendation, we provide a transportation solution for eligible students in the Spanish bilingual program. I'll talk a little more about what a transportation solution means. And then an exemption option. The exemption option allows grade 4 students from Mike Mountain Horse and Nicholas Sharon Elementary Schools, so those who are in grade 4 right now, who would be moving into grade 5 for 2025-2000 school year, to have the choice to remain at their current school rather than moving to the new boundary school. And we'll talk a little bit about that further. So taking a look, what does the boundary look like? Boundary map look like under option 3. Under option 3, you will see number 1 is the new West Cooley Station boundary, and it includes Country Meadows, Gary Station, the crossings, and the Spanish bilingual program, which takes in students from all over the city. Mike Mountain Horse will be West Highlands, Indian Battle Heights, and Willowbrook. Nicholas Sharon was Heritage Heights, Ridgewood, and Varsity Village. Coalbanks will be Copperwood, which is exactly the same as it is now, except it will no longer have the Spanish bilingual program. And Dr. Proby is Mountain Heights, Sunridge, Riverstone, and Canyons, and that's no change from where they are now. And I'm just going to show you the next slide, because that shows you the slide comparison. So we have our current boundaries, which are on the left, and on the right, we have our proposed boundaries. So you can see number 1 is the new school of Gary Station. It's taking from Mike Mountain Horse, Mountain Meadows and Gary Station, and it is taking crossings away from Nicholas Sharon. Nicholas Sharon, as I said, will keep the same boundaries that they had, other than they lose the crossings. And Coalbanks and Dr. Proby stay the same for their boundaries. The biggest change there is that we're moving the Spanish bilingual program from Coalbanks to the new school in Gary Station. So when we look at the committee's recommendations, how does option 3 address the guiding principles? We talk about the successful opening of the new West Cooley Station Elementary School by adding the Spanish bilingual program and drawing the boundaries the way we have. We are ensuring that we have sufficient opening capacity. How do we address capacity concerns? By, of course, opening a new school, we are addressing the capacity concerns at Mike Mountain Horse. We're drawing that down by quite a bit. And then we are also, by moving the Spanish bilingual program, we're alleviating some growth concerns at Coalbanks. We believe that this option provides the best balance of enrollment. Limiting disruption, any boundary change is going to cause disruption to families. This is a change. And so we're trying to limit disruption as best we can by making sure that, one, we're going to provide some transportation for the Spanish bilingual program. We're also going to make sure that we are addressing grade 5 who, they've been at school for a long time and they may not want to move to a new school. And so allowing that exemption option. And we're going to minimize our additional boundary changes in the short term. We anticipate that our boundary changes will be sufficient until we can get another school in the south end of West Lethbridge. And of course, there will be another boundary change when we get a new school, because of course, we will have to look at how we fill that school. But we're, for the time being, this particular change should address our needs. And, one of the things the committee wasn't naive to the fact that there are pros and cons to every recommendation that we had to look at. We know the benefits of option 3 is it does balance our enrollment amongst the elementary schools. It reduces Coalbanks utilization to allow for future growth. It does not impact the regular program at Coalbanks, does not impact the community of Coalbanks specifically, alleviates the capacity concern of Mike Mountain Horse, and we're offering a transportation solution for those attending the Spanish bilingual program at West Cooley Station and GSIK, and I'll talk about that later, if they meet the transportation eligibility. So we're going to support the Spanish bilingual program with a transportation solution. We know the consequences is it's disruptive to the Spanish bilingual program families because they're having to move to a new school. West Cooley Station, it will open with significant enrollment. However, we know that that school is built for a core of 900 students with the ability to add modular classrooms and without impacting that core. And so it has the biggest ability to take on the most students in the elementary schools we have in West Lethbridge. We know that there's the potential for our current Spanish bilingual program families who are living in Copperwood. There's about 61% of those, the families attending Spanish bilingual live in the community of Copperwood. They could switch to the Coalbanks regular program rather than choosing to move with the Spanish bilingual program to West Cooley Station. We know that's a very real possibility. However, we do believe that because this program is a very sought after quality program from all over Lethbridge, that we may see a temporary dip, but not for long. So in our detailed booklet, we have a number of questions. We call the frequently asked questions. It's in the appendix. There's several different questions. They arose from the surveys that we conducted. And so we use those questions from our families to develop frequently asked questions. So there's quite a few of them. I'm going to highlight a few of them because they relate to some of the recommendations that are in the proposal. So one of the questions was related to transportation and access. And this is, will transportation be provided for students who are attending the Spanish bilingual program at West Cooley Station Elementary School in West Lethbridge, as well as from south or north side of Lethbridge if there is interest in the Spanish bilingual program. And so we talk about a transportation solution. A transportation solution means it's not necessarily a yellow school bus. We will provide a yellow school bus to transport students for a Spanish bilingual program. If there's enough ridership, so probably in West Lethbridge, there will be a yellow school bus. For attending from North and South Lethbridge, depending on the numbers, it could be a solution where we're providing a transit pass or a parent-provided transportation agreement. So those are possibilities for that. We will also be transporting for GS Lakey Middle School as well for Spanish bilingual. So we will be including the middle school parents in this particular transportation solution. And this is, again, you have to meet our transportation eligibility for, which is 1 kilometer or greater for kindergarten grade 6 or 2 kilometers for grade 7 to 8. We talk about the exemption option. And so question is, what is the exemption option and how does that impact my child? So an exemption option considers providing an option for a student who may be impacted by a boundary change to complete a grade at their current school rather than changing to the new boundary school. So in the case of these boundary changes, we know that Nicholas Sharon and Mike Mountain Horse, due to their some of the changes we made in the boundaries, may have an impact. And so we're recommending that if you're going into grade 5 for next school year, that you would have the option to remain at your current school rather than moving to your new boundary school. This doesn't impact Coalbanks if you're going into grade 5, but Coalbanks for Spanish bilingual, because the whole Spanish bilingual program is moving. So we will not maintain just a Spanish bilingual program at grade 5. The one thing to note, though, if you do take the exemption option, that transportation may not be provided. So if there isn't the ability to have a bus that may be going by, that may not be provided. We have the question about Spanish bilingual program viability. Again, I mentioned the fact that 61% of our students are in the Spanish bilingual program reside in the Copperwood community. So there may be families that choose to not continue on in Spanish bilingual, but enroll their child in Coalbank's regular program. And so we may see a dip. Or we may not, because we could attract students from other parts of West Lethbridge or closer in proximity for the Spanish program to West Cooley Station. So we believe this is a strong program. It's rich cultural program that's got a strong base. It's a very high quality program, and that even if we do see a dip in the first year, that we know it'll probably grow and become a very viable program in the future. But there's always that risk. We often get asked about transitions for middle school when we're making boundary changes. Actually, there will be no changes related to transitions. They're going to stay the same as they have been in the past. So if you're in elementary at Cobanks, you're going to go to your middle school at Senator Joyce Fairburn. Dr. Proby would go to Senator Joyce Fairburn. Nicholas Sharon is if you are south of Varsity Village, then you're on Coalbanks Boulevard, you're in the Varsity Village area, sorry. You'll go to Senator Joyce as you would now. GS Lakey, if you're in the north little part of Varsity Village, and you're in Heritage Heights and Ridgewood, you will go to GS Lakey, which is in the north end of Whoop Drive. And then you've got Mike Mountain Horse, will go to GS Lakey, and West Cooley Station will go to GS Lakey. And of course, the Spanish bilingual program, because it is also at GS Lakey, the Spanish bilingual program will continue on to GS Lakey. Again, around Spanish program viability, I talked about that. Did I go backward? I think I talked about that one again. There we go. School choice. So school choice is we have a policy, 501.3.1 school choice, that allows a parent to request to enroll their child in a school that is not considered part of their boundary. That is still definitely a possibility here, with the understanding that the school has to have the ability to provide the resources and programming, and so enrollment is a factor. And again, transportation may not be provided if it's school choice. The difference between school choice and the exemption option is under the exemption option, you will be allowed in like first choice into that program essentially, versus having to worry about whether there's necessarily room. We're saying you are automatically can stay in your school because you were already in your school. And of course, as I mentioned, there's so many more frequently asked questions in the report, and so please see that. So what are our next steps? So by tomorrow, or it might even be up tonight, the presentation slides, the report will be posted to the division website. We have an online survey that we'd like the community to provide feedback on these recommendations, and that'll be open to October 18th, 2024. And then on October 29th, a special meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held at 7 p.m. to review the feedback and potentially approve or amend the recommendations by the committee. Should we have new boundaries that are approved after that meeting, then the work begins to communicate those changes. We will send out communication to our families in West Lethbridge. We will develop new boundary maps, post those boundary maps, have engagement with our Spanish bilingual program families about what does a move to West Cooley Station look like in 2025. We'll talk about transportation solutions. Boundary changes need to be made for our student information system for registration. The staffing process for 25-26 will continue as it normally would, with the addition of staffing for West Cooley Station. Our transportation provider will work on new routing based on those boundary changes. That usually happens in the summer, which will come into effect in 25-26 school year. And there's a few other little items that happen in the background as we move through and get ready for the 2025-2026 school year. And that's the report.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the report, Christine, and the robust information and the work and the time that has gone into all of this. You've certainly put in the details of all the possible questions, or several of the possible questions, and the risks for each solution. And so I absolutely appreciate the fulsome scope of information you've provided. I'm going to open this up to comments and questions from the board.
I just.
Yes, Mike.
It's just very quickly, also want to publicly say thank you so much for the work that you did, Christine. It's outstanding, and regardless of what people's perspectives are on the different choices, greatly appreciated. And also a thank you to the committee as well. Did a lot of work to get to this point. So thank you.
Andrea.
I just wanted to say thank you as well, and thank you for keeping us so well informed along the process, and the parents and the students. It was wonderful to see that turnout that night at GS Lakey, and so thank you so much for all the work that's gone into this, and I'll look forward to hearing the feedback once it's posted. Thank you.
Tyler.
Quick question on the exemption. So White Mountain Horse Lake is one factor there, right? So assuming I have a child going into grade 5 and I want my child to stay under the exemption, what are we doing in regard to siblings? So let's say I've got someone going into a child going into grade 5, but I've got another one in grade 3 and another one in grade 1, and I want to keep my kids together at the same school. Am I able to do that? It's going to be very few people, right, that are going to be in that situation, but is it a choice? Do I have to make a choice of all 3 of my kids could be exempt, or if I want my kids to stay together, they all have to move?
Well, that's a very good question, Tyler, because the committee actually didn't make a recommendation related to that. So that's something that we might have to consider when we look at our final recommendations, if we want to allow the siblings to stay or not. Yeah. No, that's a good question.
Thanks, Tyler. Anyone else? Craig.
Well, I'd just like to reiterate to the public how much time and effort went in by our administration and our committee of trustees. And we wanted to make sure, and I hope that the presentation has made that we went in with no preconceived notion of where we were going. And I think that's important to let the public know that we listened to them. And I remember at my table with the Spanish, the one lady said, "You've already made up your mind," and we hadn't. And so I just let the public know that we were open, we listened, and there was a good debate between committee members. Let me tell you, we discussed that at length. And so the end result is we listened to the public that got involved and voted, and this is the result. And yeah, and I would echo that we did not think of Tyler's question, so we'll have to look at that. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing the feedback after October 18th. Okay, we'll move on to 9.1, high school locally developed courses. Morag.
We're using the one that was provided, right? Okay, not in the. Okay. As you all know, so just checking, see you all received the memorandum that was updated. We did have an additional course request approval. From time to time, that does happen. We might miss one with our high schools. We got a request from LCI to please approve the applied graphic arts complement, but as you all know, Alberta education requires that all locally developed senior high courses be authorized for use by the Board of Trustees. We ask the Board of Trustees to authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings. I will draw your attention to Life in Space 35, Rocket Science and Technical Analysis of Space Exploration 25, and then Space Race 15. That is a new offering at LCI, a very exciting offering that to find teachers over there have decided to embark upon, I think in response to the very highly subscribed astronomy dual credit that Chinook offered, but we're delighted to be able to offer this really neat option to our students at LCI and potentially others if they do so choose. So yeah, just the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students for the years below. And I'm not going to go through that because we will get that in the recommendation from whoever chooses to move this actionable.
Excellent, thank you. And for clarification, high school, they can be all read together or do they be read separate? As they are presented. Craig?
I move that we, see the right words, we approve the, oh yeah, okay. That the Board of Trustees authorize the use of the following local developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students for the years indicated below. Acquisition of applied graphics, 152535, LDC 1857, LDC 2857, LDC 3857 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to enhance program offerings to students. Acquisition of ceramics, 152535, LDC 1867, LDC 2867, LDC 3867 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to enhance program offerings to students. The acquisition of Space Race 15, LDC 1032 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2028 to enhance program offerings to students. Acquisition of Rocket Science and Technical Analysis of Space Exploration 25, LDC 2032 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2028 to enhance program offerings to students. And acquisition of Life in Space 35, LSD 3032 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2028 to enhance program offerings to students.
Excellent, thanks, Craig. Any discussion? All in favor? So carried. Thank you. And we'll move on to 9.2, natural gas contract. Christine.
Okay, so back in 2021, we entered a natural gas contract with Access Gas at a fixed price of $2.61 a gigajoule, which was on a, what we call a 70% shake block contract. And what that means is we have a fixed portion at 70%, and then 30% is on what we call the floating rate, that the market rate. That's at the most you can go in a fixed contract. So it was 70-30. That was good at the time because then we had a war. Russian invaded Ukraine and prices, the actual market rate actually jumped to $8 a gigajoule. So that was good at that time. We have consultants that we use, Energy Associates International, and they say, hey, your contract's coming up for it's ending in the end of December. And so we're taking a look at what's natural gas doing out there right now. A couple weeks ago when they went out for some indicative pricing, it was $2.73 a gigajoule, which is a small increase over what we have now on our current hedge, with the average weighted spot rates right now at 194 a gigajoule, which is really good. And so our recommendation is that we go out for maybe just 1 year, because we do have some new capacity coming on with the Kitimat LNG project that may give some more favorable rates in the future. But for the time being, we lock in at least a rate that's not much more than potentially not much more than what we're doing. We're recommending that we do a 50% shaped block contract, which means 50% will be on our fixed price, 15% will be on that market price that floats. And then should we see that price starting to go up, tick up, then we can move to a 70%. We just get it transferred over. And so natural gas is a commodity, it's volatile. If you approve for me to enter into a contract, and again, the price might be a little different by 10 o'clock tomorrow, what they do is they call for pricing from the three vendors that are in the game. They'll give us indicative pricing and 10 o'clock, or non-pricing, firm pricing at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. 10:15, I get on the phone and we pick the one that works best for Lethbridge School Division and commit for a year term. So I'm seeking approval to do that.
Thanks, Christine. Any questions or discussion? Christina.
Less questions about this. Thanks for explaining. That's good information. More about access to energy generally, and just curious about, as a child and youth advocate, part of my advocacy for them is also climate advocacy. I'm just curious about our division's access to or information about cleaner types of energy that maybe don't impact the climate as much for our children's future. Is there, I don't really know that much about the energy market for institutions like school boards. Is there ability for a board to access different types of energy? Obviously, we have natural gas piped in there. So.
Yeah, well, that's for our heating, it's natural gas, right? We're geared for natural gas. I'm not really aware of what the substitute for that is. That's not necessarily my area of expertise. I know when it comes to electricity, you know, there's options out there for getting into wind farms, solar farms, and that sort of thing, right? So, and we're currently in a long-term energy contract that's been doing very well for us. But it's something I could look into. I'm not sure what the substitute would be for natural gas.
Yeah, I'm not curious or like a substitute, just curious about as like a large energy user. I think I'm curious as a governor to understand in what ways would we best use the institution's energy dollars to protect the future of our.
Fair enough.
Thanks, Christina. Tyler?
Just to side on that, yeah, there are some things you could do electricity wise, where, you know, where your electricity is coming from. Natural gas, like your home, if you have a furnace in your house that burns natural gas, your only other option is to take that out, put in some form of electric heating, then get your electric. It's just not really feasible. On the price, yeah, I think your spot price has already gone up a lot since you wrote that document. So it'd be interesting to see what price they give you at 10 o'clock tomorrow, but it should still be pretty good. But yeah, things are rising, not falling right now. So I'm certainly in favor of it. I don't know, me, I might lock up a little more even than 50, but whatever. It's only a year. It's not a big deal, but either way. So, but yeah, anyways, I support it. That's good.
I'm looking for a motion. Oh, Mike.
Just to clarify one thing, I think I might be wrong, but I think there might be a typo in the recommendation. So just want to make sure that's clear. It should be January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2029. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we gave you, we gave what the 5-year looked like for pricing, and as you can see, it ticks up. But right now, they're not, because of the new LNG project coming on, that future price may drop eventually. So we're just going to go out a year. That's all I was comfortable with at the time, because we could get a better deal going down the road.
Craig?
I move that the board approve the Associate Superintendent Business and Operations to sign a natural gas supply contract for the period January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025 with the supplier that provides the best final pricing.
Excellent, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? So carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to 9.3, review of grade configuration. Jenny?
Did you want to go to public forum first?
Thank you, yes. Thank you, yes. Do we have anyone here for public forum online? Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. All right. Seeing no one, we will move on to 9.3. Jenny?
Thank you. I've submitted this recommendation or this memorandum just in response to conversation that's happened over the past few years in different settings and with different people, different groups of our stakeholders, and just looking at recognizing that we right now have our schools organized with our 6th graders in our middle schools and our 9th graders in our high schools, and that obviously a lot of deliberation and effort went into that decision at the time that it was made. And being that it's been several years, I couldn't actually find the actual date, but more than 20, right?
Yeah, I was involved. It's been about 20 years.
About 20 years, around 20 years. Around 20 years, just wanting to entertain and honor that conversation, in putting in a little bit of effort into understanding if we are still, that configuration is still best meeting the needs of our students and our staff and our division. And some of the, and in my memorandum here, I've just put bullet points of some of the things that I've heard in conversation. And so those include the complications of meeting the provincial requirements for both elementary and middle school students in a single building. We know the province recognizes our 6th graders as elementary and our 9th graders as being middle school students. And so that can at times pose some complications for our teachers and administrators in meeting the different requirements that are specific to each of those. The assessment, when we look at our assessment results, we've identified some concern around the outcomes for our 6th graders and our 9th graders, and had conversation around how to best support them. And if this configuration is a factor playing into those outcomes for those grades, as well as we have capacity stresses throughout our division, especially in our high schools and our middle schools. A shift, or considering a shift, obviously won't help our middle schools, but could, depending on how it's done, perhaps maybe it would alleviate some of the stress in the high schools as some students are filtered down into the elementary schools. Again, that's why this memorandum is just requesting information, because we don't know without looking into it. At least I don't know without looking into it more. And then conversation around the emotional, social, and mental wellness of our students, and what that transition, that early transition for those students in 6th and 8th or 6th and 9th grade sometimes looks like for them to enter those higher levels earlier. And then also with our new transportation requirements, we do have a little bit of a discrepancy in our middle schools for siblings who are in the same school. The 6th grader requirement is different than our 7th and 8th grader. And so sometimes we are in instances in families where one student qualifies for a bus ride and their sibling doesn't. And of course, we are doing our best to accommodate those families. And that alone wouldn't be a reason to do this review, but in honoring the conversations that I've heard throughout the division, I'm putting forth this motion, and in trying to consider how we could best receive information and have somebody have that information looked over. My recommendation is that perhaps the Boundary Review Committee do the investigation and bring back some information to the board for us to evaluate, and just to make the assessment of either feeling confident that yes, this is best serving our division, or do we need to have conversation considering strategy around that. So I'll open it up to conversation before I make my motion. Do you want my motion first? I think I'm supposed to.
You can make your motion and then
I'll make my motion.
Discussion. Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. I'll make the motion. I would move that the board make a request to the Boundary Review Committee to investigate grade configuration for our division and report back to the board. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Jenny. I'll open this up to discussion. Andrea.
I can give a little bit of context to the change. My middle child, Courtney, is the child who went to 4 schools in 4 years. So in the year 2000, she was in Mike Mountain Horse, and then she went to Hamilton for grade 7, then back to GS Lakey when the middle school opened for grade 8, and then to LCI the next year as a grade 9er. So 4 schools, 4 years as that group that kind of had the most transitions in the change. And I guess I could see a difference from grade 7 and then back into grade 8 as a more, not elementary approach, but a middle school approach, like, and so I could see the benefit there. And then I can also see how going into grade 9 early into a high school affects students as well. So I kind of saw the whole gamut. So I would be interested to get some feedback and what mode did you expect the feedback to happen from staff and students and parents?
Could I respond? That's kind of why I leaned in toward the boundary review committee, because that committee is made up of, we have trustee, we have division staff, and we have a good group there that I think can compile information, that has access to information and provide us the insight that we are seeking, perhaps. But I'm open to suggestions.
Thank you. Craig?
I would speak in favor of it. Notwithstanding that we know what some of our schools are as far as capacity, but I think it's a good idea. And I've been watching some other divisions that do this regularly. And it's, Rocky View does it quite regularly, and they change the grade configuration. And the interesting thing is that they don't always have the elementary schools all the same. All Jenny's asking is that we investigate it. We find out what's working, what isn't working. And like Jenny, I've had conversations with parents, with staff, and some support what we've got and some don't. And the concern I have is that grade 6 is Div 2, and we've moved them into a Div 3 school. And grade 9 is a Div 3, and we've got them in a Div 4 school. And so there are some things that we could look at. Now, would there be any changes? I don't know. But that's the job of the boundary review committee. It's not suggesting that we'll make any changes, but you have to have the knowledge to look at things, and that's what Jenny's asking us for. Nothing more, nothing less. So over the next whatever, we can look at things and see what works. I always think it's good to just continue to look at things and see what's happening so that we're making sure that we're offering the best education to the students. The other thing is that just if you went to a 7 to 9, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go junior high. You can still do middle school. And so I would support this, that it's just gathering the knowledge and then go from there.
Thanks, Craig. Anyone else? Oh, Tyler?
Where I very first started here is when they switched to the middle school. So I know why they did it. Philosophically, I don't agree with the middle school. So I'm a elementary, junior high, high school kind of guy. I think that 6s are better with elementary than 9s are with high school. So that being said, I like the idea of reviewing it. I don't think that we need a committee for this right now. And I guess a quick backup just for people. The reason we went to middle school was because you got to remember back then, however many years ago, just before Chinook opened, we really only had 2 high schools. So there was a little bit of other stuff going on, but not like we are even now. So the capacity there, we just didn't have any high school capacity. So it was reconfigured so that we could get Chinook. That was the whole plan that happened, and that's what gave us all the capacity in high school, which we still have some capacity in high school. So I don't necessarily disagree with why it happened and the reasons for it and everything else. But like I said, philosophically, it's not my thing. But I don't know that we need a boundary review committee to assess everything that's going on with this and everything else. And the reason for that is in order to make high schools 10 to 12, we have to push down all the students basically back to elementary. So it won't really affect middle school because you're going to have 3 grades either way. So, either 6 to 8 or 7 to 9. So they're fine. So before we embark on all these things and engaging parents and engaging all these things and engaging opinions on whether or not we believe in high school or middle school, or I think we need to know if there's any capacity at the elementary level. And in our growing division, even with a new elementary school coming online, I don't know that there is. I don't know that there's room to push those students down there. So that, I think, is the number one thing that we just need to look at first. And then I think we revisit it. But that's my opinion, is I think if there's nowhere to actually put the kids to make elementary to grade 6, then I don't, what are we gonna do? If you can't put them there, we can't put them there. So it's a moot point as to what our philosophy is and what we're doing and everything else. So in my mind, we just basically look at capacity first, and then we decide if it's a possibility to even move forward from there at this point in time.
Thanks, Tyler. Mike?
I'll jump in very quickly with a couple of things. First of all, I did prepare some high-level information on this topic for a committee of the whole last year. We just didn't have time to get to it. So I would just have to find it in my files, but we do have a bit of that information. Tyler, very similar to what you talked about in terms of how that moves through and what that might look like, and in terms of staffing and a whole variety of things. So just so you know, we do have a little bit of information that at a high level, we could probably get together relatively quickly. I think in terms of the motion for the Boundary Review Committee, I think one of the things to be aware of as it relates to timeline is the work for the Boundary Review Committee should go down here soon, because, we've done the work for the West Side change, and then it's going to go over to administration. Administration is going to be hopping busy dealing with it. But I still think there's going to be a fair bit of work for that committee to do to get us over the goal line in terms of final recommendations, those sorts of things. So that's just something to be aware of with that committee. They've got should theoretically still have a fair bit of work they need to do in the next couple months to get things finalized that way. So that's another consideration when you think about timeline. And I would agree with Tyler. I think we want to take a look at some of the information and that high level data before we even thought of engaging stakeholders or anything like that to even see, is this a question we even want to ask at this point? Yeah.
Okay, so with that information in the conversation, Jenny, I'm going to turn it back to you. Is this a motion that you would like to keep on the floor? How would you like to respond to the information?
I appreciate the comments and the input and the insights shared. I agree, Tyler. I am in proposing an investigation. My anticipation would have been that would have been the first step into that investigation. And if it stops there, then it stops there. If we find enough information there that we realize this isn't a conversation we have any ability to entertain any further than that, then we discover that pretty early. Yeah, for sure, starting at that high level information and just really the intention of this isn't to try to put anything into motion. It's like Craig put into words for me, is it's to seek the understanding so that when we have these conversations, we can have them with confidence, knowing, we have reviewed this, we have looked over this, we do feel confident about what we are doing, or we are looking at this and we are exploring potential strategies. And really that's where this is coming from is it, of course, historically this decision was made with, this is what best meets the needs of our students. And that's the thing that we're continuing to try to do. And so really it's just, hey, let's look at it again. It has a significant impact on our division, right? And so is it still what is best? And capacity is certainly one of our most obvious factors into that. But among other things, it's a very, very complicated conversation. And so I'm hearing that perhaps the Boundary Review Committee is maybe not the place to start with this. I chose them because they already exist. We don't need a new committee. I agree. We're good at that. We're good at making new committees. Is there any suggestion around the room of where this conversation would more appropriately start? Is this something that we as a board would request information from our superintendent to begin with?
Tyler? Oh, sorry, Allison was first. My apologies.
Thank you, Jenny, for adding your additional comments. Just providing a bit more clarification, I think, in terms of what your expectations or thought of this would be. I know that this board has had numerous conversations in regards to grade configuration over the last 3 years that we've served. And without getting into huge detail here at this table, it might be a first starting point with what your recommendation is to have, a bit more of an in-depth conversation, hearing what we've heard here today, to come back forward with some more information of maybe it's this direction or that direction, but with a bit more in-depth, because I looked at this and went, okay, but where? What are you looking for? My one question for you would be in regards to timelines. You didn't suggest any timeline in there for a report back to the board. So I would want to see a timeline, and even if it's a loose timeline, but like, are we talking, 6 months? Are we talking a year? What are you talking for timeline? But I would support it for that inquiry piece of potentially a discussion away from this table with more information to bring back for us to have further discussion as a whole board.
Thanks, Allison. Tyler?
That's good, basically the same as Allison. I think if you just friendly amendment to reword your motion to just request administration to investigate grade configuration. That way we could start with capacity and whatever notes Mike has said he already has once, he already has some information, and then we either it's already in there or we add to it capacity, bring that back first, step one, and then, yeah, we have a discussion and go forward from there, and I would support that.
And I would concur with that. Absolutely.
I'd be happy to accept that friendly amendment. Before I word that motion, can I request feedback from the administration for a timeline that might be reasonable?
I was laughing because I was going to say, did I just talk myself into more work here?
Either way.
Yeah, it was coming one way or another. No, and actually, I think it's important work as well. And like I say, I literally just looked on my computer, found it was last April committee of the whole that I had it ready to go for. So I have a one pager. We can probably get the capacity stuff pretty quick. And so we can do that one pager and the capacity stuff and see if that's good for the board in terms of a starting conversation. So we can do it fairly quickly. It's more a question of, we could do it at committee of the whole. I think that'd be a great place to have the conversation initially. The only challenge is October's committee of the whole is getting a little bit full. So we could certainly, I think, endeavor to have it done October, November committee of the whole.
Would you like me to make a motion? Can I, I'm not going to put all this into my motion, but can I express that in that high level conversation, if it is appropriate, some of the information that I would be interested for us to cover in that would be our assessment outcomes for grade 6 and grade 9. Just if we can look at maybe we can look at if it's easy to pull like a 5-year, just to look at our academic performance in those grades and trends there, if that's possible. Just recognizing that that's been a large part of the conversation around this piece and is, I think, a significant factor. And then I think our next biggest factor would be transportation. So any insight you want to bring to that conversation?
You won't get that. You will not get that before November.
That's a whole
High level thoughts on it, whether it's.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. Okay.
I can provide some high level stuff related to that. There's a number of factors in there, and that's what I sort of have is here's some things we'd have to consider.
Right.
This is what it would look like. This is about how many kids we'd anticipate moving. What does that mean for staff? What does that mean for boundaries? What does that mean for busing? you know, high level stuff. The achievement stuff, we can definitely get some PAT data. I don't know how, we'll see if we can pull something together. But like I say, we can pull something together fairly quickly, and then the board may say, okay, that's enough information, we don't need any more. Or the board might say, okay, we got to dig deeper here and here and here, and then we can figure that out. So if you could be, I mean, as generic as you can be in the description, then that'll allow us a little bit of space to get it organized and get it started.
Sure, thank you. I think really it's, we haven't even determined if it's needed for us to be considering, right? And so that really is our first step, and really the purpose of this is to just, let's assess if this is still what is best, and if we deem that it is, then we're done, right? And so that conversation will evolve from there, depending on what our initial analysis is, right? So the motion I would make, thank you for everyone for your input. I would move that the board make a request to the superintendent for information regarding grade configuration of our division and report back to the board for the November committee of the whole meeting. October's goal, we said, yeah. Or October committee of the whole meeting.
Do November, and then if we're earlier, we're.
By the November. Sorry, Tina.
Can I just repeat that, or can you repeat?
Yes, please.
So the motion is that the board make a request to the superintendent, a grade configuration in the November 5th committee of a whole with more information.
Make a request to the superintendent for information pertaining to grade configuration of our division, and report back to the board by the November committee of the whole meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so carried. We look forward to that discussion. Thanks, Jenny, for bringing that forward. Okay, next is Zone 6 nomination, ASBA representation. I brought this forward. It came forward just in my observations at zone meetings. And we just haven't had a conversation about this as a board. And so when we serve as trustees, all of our roles and responsibilities are at the pleasure of the board. And we're going to be going through our committees and our terms of references coming up next year. And currently there's no board policy to specify process of filling roles trustees can hold in Zone 6. So we have board representative that we vote on at our organizational meeting. But then within Zone 6, there's executives. There's chair, vice chair, and director. And though they serve ASBA, they do so at the pleasure of their home boards. And an observation that I've held is that there have been some boards who, when someone is recommended or nominated for an executive role or a committee role, if they haven't had conversation with their board first, they do say we need to go back and discuss with our board. So our board is apprised and aware of the responsibility that they're holding outside of board time. And so I'm just putting forward the recommendation that the board require trustees to inform the board prior to and receive approval for serving an executive or non-executive role within Zone 6. So I'm just opening this up to conversation with the board. Tyler.
Historically, this actually did happen. So on prior boards, I believe it was Pat Aitchison, who was the zone director, and came to the board and said, hey, just so you know, I'm interested in wanting to run for zone director, whatever the title was, and just wanted to know that I have your support to do so. And we're like, yeah, that's great. So it was something that did happen in the past, just so you're aware. I don't know that we have any, obviously, I'm sure you looked, I'm sure we obviously don't have a policy on it, but that was historically something that did happen.
Thanks, Tyler. Jenny.
I do have a little bit of concern with this, being that if we are seeking approval from the board before doing this, that would indicate that the person we've approved to do it is now representing the board. And is, that we've given them our consent to act on behalf of the board. And I'm not sure that that is appropriate for a lot of roles that come available. A lot of these are roles that are available to somebody who has the qualification of being a trustee, but they're not necessarily there representing the Lethbridge School Division Board of Trustees. And so I do have hesitation with this. I think that out of decorum and consideration, it might be good practice for us to inform the board when we take on roles. I wouldn't be in support of requiring it or of any sort of an approval process for that, because I certainly wouldn't be in favor of standing in somebody's way of doing that either. So I certainly support the decorum of the courtesy of informing the board, but I think that that's the extent to which our influence lies in this. Would be my thought on that.
Allison.
So I would agree with the comments that were mentioned by Jenny that not being in support of this. I think when we look at the words in here of official representation, so this is not official representation of this board. And maybe there's some confusion of that the reason that there isn't policies that exist is because it's not a representation of this board. And if anything, I actually think that this would restrict because this isn't something that's necessary. So when we look at representation of these things, the nominations across other zones is that the requirement is other divisions nominate, so that it is other divisions that are putting people's names forward. The representation is for all divisions within the zone. The policies that we do have in our division certainly guide us with our behavior for when we do represent, that we serve our roles appropriately. When you speak of the what you've heard of other boards, there certainly is one board within our zone that does have this requirement, and it is only one board. And what you've also had the opportunity to see is that it did actually present a barrier for that board, and it presented a barrier at our zone meeting where a nomination was made and that trustee wasn't able to accept that position at the AGM, and the AGM requirement to have that position filled had to wait until the following, as it did provide quite a barrier for that. I actually take on the view that any opportunity that we can provide to our trustees in our division is a great opportunity for our trustees to have. And I certainly wouldn't want to be putting a barrier or restriction on any of our trustees that they need to come back and get approval prior to going forward for any of the opportunities that might be presented. I would also curious, knowing that this is coming forward just for ASBA, there is other organizations, whether it's PSBA or other representation, that if we were to make a change of this nature, I think it would not just be for ASBA. And then I would ask what would be the matrix that would be used for whether we approve a trustee to represent or to go forward if we're doing that approval. I have no issue or concern to let the board know of opportunities and of desire to have those opportunities, but I wouldn't want to restrict any opportunities that are presented to any trustee. I do think that it would also be important that any trustee provided an opportunity that they would not take away from their first priority, which is their obligation to our school division. So I think that that's an important consideration when trustees are looking at those opportunities. So I think for me, I definitely would not be in support of this. I feel that trustees that are given opportunities to represent should be able to go and represent, and that they should do that in the most respectful way possible, and that we have policies that would guide them in that process to do that. So.
Craig.
Yeah, first of all, you'd have to also say Public School Boards Association. One of the difficulties, and I'll just use my own personal experience, I was nominated at a general meeting to be the alternate director. Now, if I would have had to have gone back and got permission from Palliser, then I would have lost that opportunity. The other thing is at the October general meeting of public school boards, a lot of times you're not even thinking about running. And last year I got nominated by an opposite, and like Allison says, it's not your own board nominating you, it's another board that nominates you. So you don't want to put restrictions, I don't think, on us that we can't accept a nomination from another board to serve on an organization that we're part of. Also, I would agree with Allison and Jenny that we need to make sure that we're doing our job here. And on top of, but that's our first priority. Then our second priority is if we were nominated as a vice chair, or chair, or director, then that's our second priority. And I think that's the way to go. But it would be very difficult, I think, to get that prior thing. You could ask a question, are you ever interested in running for a position? Well, some of us might say yes, but we never know when. And then it just happens at the general meeting. So I guess I'd be against this, other than just finding out if people are interested in running for those positions, and then let it go wherever it goes.
Thanks, Craig. Tyler.
I agree with what the three of them said. I do think it's important, though, to inform your board. Like, we still want to look like we're a cohesive unit in the fact that, like, I don't go to too many ASBA things. I don't go to the local ones here during the day and everything. And then, so if someone comes up to me and says, oh yeah, Allison's doing this and Craig's that, just be like, oh, okay. And so I think it's really important that it is disclosed or whatever you want to call it, that at least it's made known to the board that some, people are doing these things, serving on different committees. And that's all. And also just to make sure that, you've got our support to do that too. If there's things that, people are voting on this, good to know. Maybe I want to show up because, Craig's running for this. So maybe I want to show up because you got to be there to vote. I don't know, but anyways, that's all I say. So I don't think you need our blessing to go do things, but I do think it's important we are informed.
I would agree. I think there's transparency in informing. So I hear that there isn't a majority support, so I'll rescind this motion. But I do encourage transparent communication of intent where possible, either before or after. I think that would be appropriate and appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 9.5, policy 607.4. Oh, sorry, Christina.
Could we maybe add, I think the part about transparency, the piece would be, for me, is like the making sure that if we take roles with committees as part of ASBO or other duties, that could we have some way to like add that as like a standing item to report requests, like for those that need to be in camera, but that we're like prompted to provide those reports in some way, so that we can make sure that those are being communicated effectively. So like if we hold a role on, I'm hearing that not on behalf of the board, but where there's board business happening, that we're prompted to provide that in writing in some way.
Would that need,
I can bring that back later. That's fine.
okay.
I'm on a ASBO committee, or representing ASBO on a different committee. And so I'm just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to report that if that committee meets. That's all.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we? Policy 607.4.
Yeah, so I'll just give a little bit of background. First of all, yeah, thanks Tina, if you can get it up on the screen. And then also you have a handout here with the changes. We apologize, we should have had the changes attached. Just there was a bit of a miscommunication between Jesse, Tina, and myself. So sorry about that, Tina. I'll just give you a little bit of background. So as you know, there was a ministerial order that came out about use of personal mobile devices and social media in schools. We created a procedure to align with the ministerial order, and that's out. But our policy, so the procedure goes under the policy. Our procedure is 607.4.12 or something like that. I don't, somewhere in here, I don't know the number. 607.4.2 is the procedure. But the policy also needs to be aligned with the ministerial order, and it's not aligned with the ministerial order in a couple spots. So I asked Jesse just to see if he could update it really quick. He's done that for us. We believe this is just a pretty, basically a housekeeping change, but I want to make sure this is clear so the board knows the policy advisory committee had said this is a policy we should be reviewing next year anyways. Jesse and I have talked, as I said earlier, we feel like we do need to take a look at some of our technology stuff. So our thought is we're going to get the housekeeping taken care of now, but likely the policy advisory committee and or Jesse and maybe a subcommittee would like to do some work on this technology policy. It's a good one, but it was created in 2016, I think. So, and obviously technology has changed a little bit since then. So, but we need to do some work, some of that artificial intelligence committee work, that sort of thing. So our ask tonight is just to just basically make a couple changes to this so it connects to the ministerial order and the procedure so it's in alignment. And we can go through them really quick here. You can see in point 2.4, it used to say determining when and where students are able to access board technology or personally owned device. That is, teachers are responsible for. They no longer fully have autonomy in that area now. There's some specific guidelines creating the procedure. So that's why we scratched that one out. Just refer them back to the procedure as opposed to trying rewriting it in policy, because that's really not a policy thing. Students are responsible for under 3.2. It used to say using personally owned technology only for curriculum related educational purposes while in an instructional setting. Obviously that's changed. So for example, in the elementary level, they're not permitted to be used during the day. Middle school, there's restrictions. High school level, this would be accurate, but it's not accurate with everything. So again, Jesse just connected it back to the procedure and the ministerial order. Schools are responsible for, this one basically said that schools are responsible for creating the expectations. Again, that's no longer true. They are more responsible now for managing the use of the mobile devices according to the ministerial order, the procedure, that sort of thing. And it lists some of the things they're responsible for. Then last page, it used to say failure to use technology responsibly may result in consequences outlined in Division Code of Conduct, loss of privilege. And again, just trying to tie it back to the procedure and to some of the appropriate policies.
Thanks, Mike. Craig.
Yeah. Actually, I read over and I forgot to look at it, but it dawned on me coming back from Idaho. I wear a monitor like that, and that's for glucose. And I was thinking that these monitors are available for kids as young as 6 years old, all the way up, even our staff. And so it's vital to have this because that's what indicates it. So I'm just wondering, have we made, has the government given us permission to allow that use for medical reasons? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And the procedure reflects that.
Oh, good.
So it's a great question. Something that our schools deal with all the time. And yeah, that would be one of the exceptions.
Thank you.
Good question. Thanks, Craig. Anyone else? Oh, Craig, your mic is on.
I'm just wondering, how is it being received this fall by students and staff?
Well, I'll speak generally, but when there's 20 to 30,000 parents, 12,000 students, staff items, speaking generally, not for everybody. My understanding is, and I've again connected this with administrators, they've said the same thing, is generally speaking, it's going well. It has been well received. There have been hiccups. There's not everybody who would agree with all the things in the policy or the procedure, and schools have had to make some adjustments, answer some questions, much like, the question that Craig had. But my understanding is that there has been a lot of support for it, and, there have been positives that have come out of it. And just a reminder, our plan is to go back and re-engage with the community about it a little bit. We want to give some time first for everything to settle before, the first 2-3 weeks isn't the time to be asking the questions about how well the procedure is working. Let's get it out there. Let's get things settled, and then we can start to have that conversations about, okay, what's working well? Are there things that need to be tweaked? That sort of thing. So unless you've heard differently, that's generally speaking what I've heard, although you can certainly find people who would have a different perspective than I would. But yeah, so far I think it's been, and kudos to schools, they've done a really good job, I think, rolling this out and trying to communicate with their school communities.
If there's no further discussion, I'm looking for a motion. Andrea.
I recommend that the board adopt revisions of policy 607.4, responsible use of technology as presented.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? So carried. Thank you. We'll move on to second reading of bylaw 2024-01.
Okay, thank you very much. If you recall, because I know it's only been a few months, back in June, we first presented this bylaw for establishing electoral boundaries for the trustee general election and authority for a joint election. This bylaw is very much like introducing a new policy. It requires 3 readings. And we are required to have this in order to send to Alberta Education for purposes of the election that's going to occur next fall. So just as a reminder of what this bylaw states, that it basically states that pursuant to the provisions of the Education Act, Statutes of Alberta 2012, and Local Authorities Election Act, Revised Statutes of Alberta 2000, and the amendments thereto, the Board of Trustees of Lethbridge School Division and the Province of Alberta enact as follows. In accordance with Section 76 of the Education Act, the Board of Trustees of Lethbridge School Division deem that the election of 7 trustee positions will be by general vote of the electors within the municipal boundaries of the City of Lethbridge. 2, in accordance with Section 2 of the Local Authorities Election Act, the Board of Trustees authorizes entry into an agreement to hold a joint election in conjunction with the City of Lethbridge. And 3, this bylaw shall come into force and effect upon the date of the passing the 3rd and final reading. So we read and passed on the 25th day of June 2024, and we're here for second reading. So, and should you pass second reading, you can move to 3rd reading this meeting should you choose to. Okay. If it's unanimous.
If it's unanimous,
Exactly.
that's right.
Exactly.
Thanks, Christine. I will open this up for discussion. Allison.
I'd like to move that bylaw number 2024-01, a bylaw to establish electoral boundaries for a trustee general election and authority for joint election be approved for second reading.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, so carried and unanimously, and as it's unanimous, we will move forward to a 3rd and final reading.
No, I don't need to read it again. Unless you really want me to.
I will open it up to a motion.
We'll make a motion and change it for 3rd reading.
Thanks, Allison. Any discussion? All in favor? So carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Done and done.
Okay, we are moving on to our year-end committee reports in terms of references. Each year, the Board of Trustees reviews and affirms the committee terms of references for board committees. Committee terms of reference and year-end reports for the 2023-2024 school year are included in the agenda package you have received. At the organizational meeting held on September 10th, 2024, trustee membership was assigned to standing and special ad hoc committees. So here I move that the committee terms of reference for the standing committees be approved as presented or amended. And also, do I have to do these separate?
Yes.
Okay. So what we will do, I made the motion. So now what we'll have to do is we'll read through because we can't approve unless we've actually read through them. So we'll read through the year-end reports and the terms of reference. So when I call out the committee, if the chair of that committee could speak to it, that would be appreciated. And then once we move through, we'll go through to the motion. So, no, we're not reading through. No. Don't you worry. Okay. Board Audit Committee.
I thought we were reading over, reading all of them, whatever. But anyways, it's all there. Board Audit Committee's all there. I've got nothing else to say unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the Board Budget Committee.
The report is before you.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the Community Engagement Committee. Sorry, Craig, please go
Bring it
ahead.
up again. I feel that the board budget committee should consist of all trustees and not just two. That's what we've done for the last basically 3 years. And so we should put into practice what we're doing. And so I would move that the board budget committee is made up of all the trustees.
Okay, so motion is on the floor for the Board Budget Committee to the terms of reference amendment that the Board Budget Committee is inclusive of all trustees. I will open it up to discussion. Jenny?
We have operated that way thus far, and I would support us continuing to operate as a board when it comes to the budget. And the work that is done specifically by this committee. I know we will always operate as a board when it comes to the budget, but specifically what's done by this committee. But that being said, if there was consensus to continue that way, I would question whether the committee needs to exist. Because we are already a board, and if we are accepting that as work we do as a full board, then I would suggest that we consider instead dissolving the committee.
Thank you, Jenny. Any other comments? Allison?
I don't support dissolving it. I do think that we have had the practice that we've all participated. I think that I'm on other boards where the audit committee involves the entire board, but we still have an audit committee. So I think that it's still important to have a budget committee with specific pieces that, and there would be a chair, which, you know, Christina has done chair for the last couple of years anyway, of that. And there was specific roles that went along with that. So I would support the whole board being a part of it, but I would want to see it continue as a board budget committee.
Thank you, Allison. Mike?
I've just got a question of clarification here, because my understanding is what our practice has been that the budget committee does some work with Christine and her team as they work through the budget, but the first bullet point under purpose is to gather information, advise the board on the division budget, and that's where we have that commitment to get together with the whole board and bring that information back. So, but I could be wrong. I just want to know, is that the way it operates? Because to me, that seems to make sense, that rather than trying to have the whole board together, add more meetings on, that you do some of that work, and then we're committed to getting back to the board and making sure the whole board is part of that. But I'm just not 100% sure.
That's the intention of the budget committee. What we've done for the last couple of years is because this board is so new with a lot of inexperience in the budget process and we're a very complex machine. We've included the whole board in all the discussions to this point, primary is an education piece, and for understanding. So I think the last board budget committee meeting, we made it optional for trustees. So some chose to attend, some not. We opened it up to anybody who wanted to come, but there was no mandatory for board trustees to be there. So, kind of varied from.
Christina?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'd recommend that we just keep them as is with, like, I think I'm the chair again. Yes, I am, yeah. That I'm certainly committed to keeping the board as informed and present as they want to be. I just would hesitate to put the whole board as required in case someone can't make it or is unable or doesn't want to be at the board table for that, all the information. And that would allow, like Mike said, for the trustees who are the official committee to just do some of that small administration around making sure the meeting is set, making sure that we're recording with the chair, pieces like that. I would hate to slow down the budget process in the case that a single trustee couldn't attend if we made it mandatory for everyone to be there.
Thank you, Christina. I would agree with that. Tyler?
On top of that, isn't there some rule that when the board meets and there's quorum, that it's an actual public board meeting or a committee of the whole? So if my understanding is if that's the case and the entire board is the board budget committee, every time we have a board budget committee meeting, we're having a public meeting that we either move in camera or it's committee of the whole.
You would have to be moving into private because of
Yeah, so
budget
that
deliberations are private.
So.
Craig?
Yeah, it would be a committee though. It would be a committee of the whole. But if you're unable, when I say the board, it's not saying that it's mandatory that every time we have a budget committee of the whole, that everyone shows up. Because sometimes you have other job expectations, but it's to make sure that the board as a group is totally informed and kept apprised of everything that's going on so that I don't like to get into a meeting in the last like 2 or 3 days before the budget is due and then have some motions that cause problems where we have to redo the budget. And so my viewpoint is just if you have the whole board right on top of it right from the first, then some of those things could be avoided. And so it's not that it's mandatory for every trustee to show up to every committee of the whole. Sometimes things happen and you're not available and you just read the report and find out.
Andrea?
Did you want to change it to all board members are welcome to attend the meetings, but not required in the terms of reference?
In policy, I believe all board members are welcome to committee meetings, so we wouldn't have to specify that. Yeah. Christina?
Can I just call the question on the motion?
Call to question, so we're going to vote on the motion to, sorry, the call to question came, Jenny. The question was called, so we can't entertain the question. Sorry, Jenny. So the motion on the floor is for the budget committee to be comprised of the entire board. All in favor?
Point of order.
Oh, sorry.
When a call to question is called, you need to get permission of you need to have approval.
Thank you.
Call to question.
Okay, thanks, Allison. I appreciate that. Okay, call to question has been called by Christina. All in favor of the call to question? Is that how I do that? All in favor of the call to question?
Can I just describe it quickly?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so when a call to question is called,
Yeah.
the room has to agree that we're gonna, yes, we want to go to call to question. And if it's a majority that we're not, then
Right.
conversation can continue.
Okay.
If it's majority says we're going to call the question,
Okay.
then you go to the original motion.
Okay, and I approve through all in favor,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay,
You got it.
awesome. Thanks, Allison. Okay, call to question has been called. All in favor for call to question? Okay, 4, that's majority. So we will move on. The motion on the floor is that the board budget committee will consist of the entire board. All in favor? All opposed?
Can you go a little short, Tina?
Oh, my,
We're going to reach.
sorry,
So
my apologies.
it's not what we need.
Okay, the motion is, I don't know if I have the exact wording, that the board budget committee, in the terms of reference, would consist of the entire board. Am I correct?
Mhm.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, so that's defeated 4-3.
A point of more, it's just, on the two votes, we need to make sure that we put down who voted in favor and who voted against.
Oh, absolutely. That is being recorded.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Yes.
4.
4 was Craig, Allison, and Jenny. And Christina. Thank you.
And you got the all one.
Okay. We are back to board budget committee report in terms of reference. Was there any further discussion? Thank you, Jenny. Okay, yes.
I just wanted to clarify the notion that all trustees are welcome at all committees. I don't think that's accurate. I believe that we have in policy that our board chair is ex officio and that our chair is a welcome at all committees, but it's certainly not the case for most committees. And we would run the problem of running into having
Yes.
quorum. So
For sure.
I think that is, we did look that up last year and policy states
Okay.
clearly that trustees, you can't just show up. So, yeah.
I recall reading it, so we'll clarify that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jenny.
Craig.
I move that the meeting continue past 6 o'clock.
Greg.
Thanks, Craig. All in favor? All against? Okay, we got 2 against. Andrew and Jenny are against. Sorry, team. I was trying, really trying today. Okay, anything more on board budget committee? Okay, we'll move forward to the community engagement committee. Christina.
Sorry, our mics are being weird. The report is before you. There are no intended changes to the terms of reference at this time.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Division Wellness Committee.
Just trying to get my computer fired up again, but we put in 2 different reports, but apparently mine wasn't good enough to make the cut. So not even actually my report there, but I couldn't remember if, did you have, there were a couple of changes to the terms of reference. Did you have that in your report, Christina? Okay, so if I can find mine here, I'm back up and running again.
Yeah, needed was a change in the tenure.
Which is the change, Morag?
Needed attendance?
There should be 2 under specific annual objectives. We can scroll down a little bit there. 2. Wellness committee. So there we go. Oh, yeah, wellness. So, yeah, terms of reference, and then under specific annual objectives, yeah, stop there. So after the explore, the connection, that one's there. So there should be another one that says exploration of active transport. And then in brackets, see AHS, encouraging safe active travel. And then one more point below that, it says staff wellness. Those were amendments that our committee thought to make to the terms of reference. So I submit those as a motion to change the terms of reference, to update those.
So on division.
Wellness under specific annual objective, just two to add.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Any,
Moving to add.
yes. So here's a question I do have. When there is change to the terms of reference, does that get accepted all at the end collectively, or do we need to do it immediately? Okay, okay. Okay, so Tyler has presented a motion to make an amendment to the Division of Wellness Committee terms of reference. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Okay, so
If there were any other questions. That's Christina, her report.
okay, thank you. All right, so going back to the last conversation regarding board members attending committees. Policy 203.4. Where is it? Number 8, the chair of the board shall be a non-voting ex officio member of all committees of the board. 9, committee meetings shall not be public meetings. 9.1, a committee may agree to meet in public session or hold a public meeting. 9.2, trustees, except where excluded by motion of the board, may attend all meetings of committees of the board. So, yeah, so I do, that is there. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure,
Because if we're all there, then it's basically a board meeting,
for sure. But I was just referring that,
but the policy could be written better.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Good thing we're working on policies. Hey, Greg. Okay, facilities committee.
So going back to the budget committee then. How would that work if everybody was attending a budget meeting? They wouldn't have a say if they weren't on the committee.
And Andrea, I would just say it would be as we have been functioning, right? It is open dialogue, ability to answer questions, ability to guide, but it's run by the committee.
Okay, so
Christina has
chaired what we did last year with everybody there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, committees do the work of the organization. So you could sit in on the meeting. You wouldn't necessarily at that meeting as an observer, be able to direct. You could ask questions, get information. You wouldn't direct the committee's work. That would be the committee members.
Would we do it during committee of the whole time, or now do we have more meetings?
You could do it when, well, what we did, sorry, I can't speak. What we did last year is we tried to do some basically budget information meetings for everybody, which I still think is really important for this board. We did that during committee of the whole when possible, right? But we could, still doesn't preclude us. We just combined we met that way last year.
Mike.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. In the report, it goes through what we did last year. So January 9th, we met as a committee of the whole about the budget. January 18th, the board came in and met with administrators. We had a day where we provided lunch. February 13th was, I believe, a committee of the whole. March 7th and 8th, strategic planning. March 28th, the funding manual came out. April 9th and April 23rd, committees of the whole related to budget. May 7th, I think that was the committee of the whole. May 21st, I think that was a special budget meeting. And then the 27th was the debate, and And then the 28th was the board meeting, I believe. So anyways, just so you know that, and I would assume it would look fairly similar. So it looks like last year there was a fair bit of committee of the whole. Obviously, the board meeting with administrators isn't, you know, like a committee of the whole thing. It's just us having lunch and doing our things.
All right, Facilities Committee.
No, the report is before you, and thank you, Christine Lee, for the great detail which is before you in. No changes to the terms of reference.
Thanks, Jenny. Next is Indigenous Education Committee. The report is before you, and there's no changes to the terms of reference to present. Any discussion? Okay, next, Policy Advisory Committee.
Yeah, I'll jump in and speak to this one. We did have an error in the agenda. We had the old terms of reference in here. So we've updated that. You should have it as part of the handouts that you got. It looks like this. It's got some blue lettering on there. We'll just go over the changes to make sure everyone knows the context and see if we can get it approved. So it's strikeouts and then new stuff is noted in blue. If you could just scroll back up a little bit, please, right there. Oh, no, come back up. I want to see. Yeah, just so you know, composition and appointments, just so you know what happened with that. If you look in your current package with the wrong thing, it had the old membership and composition and appointments. This is this paragraph here is the updated composition and appointments. The reason it is not highlighted as a change because we actually approved that last December. So it's just a housekeeping thing to make sure we have the right composition, and that reflects the parent representatives from Division School Council. And so. Okay, and if you could scroll down a little bit, please, you'll see for specific annual objectives, we just changed the year. And then this next part in blue, this is important for you. This is what we discussed with the committee last year about the priorities for reviewing policies. So obviously, some of our objectives would be to review the terms of reference. That'll happen at our first meeting. Create a timeline of policies for review that consider the following priorities. Prioritize policies that the board directs us to review via motion. Prioritize policies that must be updated can be consistent with the Education Act, provincial educations. Prioritize policies in the 100 section following an election. This next section is actually cut off on the handout that you have. It should say complete the review of any policies that were up for review in the previous year but were not completed, and then consider policies that have been reviewed in the past that have not been reviewed in the past 5 years or longer. Consider policies that impact organizational needs regardless of length of time since they've been reviewed, and then obviously review policies per the timeline established by the committee. So those are the changes. We discussed those at the Policy Advisory Committee, but we would certainly start the year off if the board approves this. We would go through this same process with the Policy Advisory Committee just to make sure everybody's on the same page and understand what the terms of reference are. And of course, if there were concerns, we could always bring them back. Does that make sense? Give you a handout.
You have a handout beside you, Jen.
No, I know.
Oh,
But
okay,
it's-
sorry.
I mean, it's a report in the agenda.
Yes, it is.
One page.
Andrea.
In other terms of reference, they have taken out the years, so you could just say specific annual objectives, leave it at that. Review terms of reference, create a timeline of policies for review in current year. And then you wouldn't have to keep going back and revisiting and redating it.
Anything else? Craig.
I think it's important that those dates are in there because when I was on the policy committee, we had some policies that hadn't been reviewed for 10 years or 12 years. And to be effective, your policies need to be reviewed all of them need to be reviewed within a 4 or 5, well, within the term of our term of 4 years. So you really need to have some hard line dates there.
I don't know if that affects your review of policies. It's just the terms of reference that every year you would set a tone and then.
And a lot of times we tried to get through all the ones we were supposed to and we still didn't. So you have to have that kind of information there so that the policy committee knows that they still have work we've got to get done before the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's why it says consider policies that have not been reviewed in the past 5 years or longer. Just trying to get to what are the oldest policies that haven't been reviewed in a long time. That's where we should be starting. Unless, of course, the board says we need you to do X or Y, then that jumps over. Yeah.
Tyler?
Yeah, the whole 5 years things make sense, but having, like Andrew said, specific annual objectives for 24, 25, you don't need a date there, because all that happens is we just have to keep reapproving the terms of reference every year if nothing's changed. So just referring to the current year dates, I think as long as we take those out, Andrea's referring to, that's good. The 5 years and all that's right. Yeah, you're right. You have to have that stuff, that stays, just the references to current dates. Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Okay, the motion is before us to approve the Policy Advisory Committee terms of reference as amended. Any further discussion? Craig?
I'll make a friendly amendment and say specific annual, specific yearly objectives. That's really what we want. Not date, not 2024. That's what Andrea had saying. We don't want that close to the year down, just say specific yearly objectives.
Right, it currently says specific annual objectives.
So I would make a friendly motion to say yearly objective.
Okay. Is that,
He wants to remove the dates so that we don't have to redo it every year.
no, he wants to change the word annual to yearly.
Yeah, and then get rid of.
So I'm just suggesting.
Get rid of the 2 dates.
I think it's the dates that is important. I don't think it matters if it says yearly or annual.
Annually does mean yearly.
Yeah, we put annual.
Okay, right. So it currently says specific annual objectives for 2024, 2025. And we have agreed to strike out 2024, 2025. So now it'll read specific annual objectives.
I guess I'll accept that.
Okay. Tyler?
Clarification, we are removing the dates from everywhere in the terms of reference, though, aren't we? Like even under approval date at the end, it says 24, 25 will be reviewed on October 9th, 2024. Like we're removing all dates, right? Yes?
Yes?
It's fine. Yeah, okay. Doesn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The motion is before us. Any further discussion? All in favor? So carried. Excellent, thank you.
Going on here.
Nope, we went through it. Okay, the next is Poverty Intervention Committee. The report is before you. I am bringing forward an amendment to the terms of reference. We've been having conversations about how to bring efficiency to the team, lower the cost and how to better move forward as a committee. And so what we have done is so the changes are in red. You'll see them in red. Oh, it's after that, Tina. Yeah. Keep going. Yeah, we're in the Poverty Intervention Committee. Yep, so it should be coming up. Here it is. Perfect. So in red, we've added executive council or designate. Indigenous education instead of the coordinator, representative. We've taken out the counseling coordinator. We have removed two ATA, decreased, I should say, decreased two ATA positions. As you can see previously, we had two administrators and then three teachers, quite costly time-wise and financially. And so we thought it would be really efficient to have three ATA representatives, one from each level, so elementary, middle, and high school. And then ATA can decide if they want that, if that's going to be an administrator or a teacher. Community member has been amended to community partner representative. And we've also added a newcomer services representative. We've had feedback over the past couple of years to add a member representing those students and their families. And so those are the amendments I have before you. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, School Boundary Alignment Committee.
You have the report in front of you.
Any discussion? Okay, we will move forward. Spirit of 51 Committee.
Sorry. And I apologize for not putting them in red. I put them in parentheses. So under composition and appointments, would like to add personnel from the Human Resources Department to facilitate planning as determined by the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources. Because we always do have Rhonda Oss there in that capacity. And then down at the bottom, the review and evaluation. I would like to change this to the Spirit of 51 Committee will evaluate its progress, challenges, and accomplishments and discuss any proposed changes to the term of reference yearly. And then I was just following the lead of what was already there under terms of reference to be reviewed annually by the board, but everybody else is saying to be reviewed annually. So it should say to be reviewed annually by the Spirit of 51 Committee and approved by the board.
Any discussion? So Andrea, are you looking for the words to communicate that last sentence?
For the last one?
To be reviewed annually by the board?
Right, I had just followed what was there already.
Okay.
Because I guess when we're sitting here right now, we're making changes to the terms of reference, so.
Okay, so reviewed can be amended to approved. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay, to be approved annually by the board.
Yes.
And we're striking.
Terms of reference is talked about in the right here.
Okay.
And striking prior to the organizational meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because it doesn't happen.
That's right. Okay. Motion to amend Spirit of One terms of the motion to approve Spirit of One terms, Spirit of 51 Committee terms of reference as amended. Tyler.
So are you saying our other committees say to be approved by the board annually? I think reviewed is correct. As in order for us to approve something, we have to basically vote on it every time. But if we're just reviewing it every year, we just review it. Yeah, it's good. We move. So I think reviewed is good. I think you're good the way you are. Yeah. Good.
To be reviewed annually by the board.
Yeah.
Period.
I think that's better than approved, because if it's approved, I think we have to take action.
Sorry, I was just looking back at our motion at the very beginning. Board of Trustees review and affirm the committee terms of reference. So Okay, that's fine. All right, the motion to amend is there. Any more discussion? All in favor? Approved. Thank you. Superintendent Evaluation Committee.
So the report is in front of you. A couple key pieces is that we updated last year the summative portion of superintendent evaluation. So you'll see in terms of reference that it will be the formative that is the recommendation for this next year. And that we did complete and approve our evaluation of our superintendent, which was great. So thank you for that. So just looking at the terms of reference, under composition and appointments, I know at our organizational meeting, both Christine Light and Christine Lee spoke and said that the composition was to be the board chair and the vice chair. And I just wanted to confirm because consistently over the years previous, it is the board chair and 2 other trustees. So just wanting to know if that needs to be changed. As you both alluded to, it was the board chair and vice chair, but that's not what's in front of us or has been in front of us for a number of years. So.
No, it was have it to be board chair, vice chair, and Craig last year, because you and I were on it, right? But the composition is as it's written, the board chair and 2 other trustees.
Right, but at the organizational meeting, you guys both said that it needed to be board chair and vice chair. So I was removed off and Jenny was put on as she's the vice chair. So I just wanted to make sure that the composition is, the wording of it reflects what both of your reflection of it is, because it was different than what is in the terms of reference. Third member is Craig, so.
My apologies. I'm not recalling that. Okay. So we can do a motion to amend to amend the committees to reflect what is in the terms of reference. Because my understanding is within this, it is the chair and 2 other trustees.
Correct.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
And then the other piece, just to highlight on the back under reports and target dates, is the piece to remember that this year we need to look at the formative portion of policy 301.3. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Jenny.
I recall what Allison is referring to in our organizational meeting. I don't remember, but somebody suggested, oh, the chair and the vice chair are both supposed to be on that one. We thought we had to put that into our creation of that committee. And then, yeah, it's not corrected, but it does specifically say that the chair has to be there. So because one of our motions that we are putting forward at the end of all of this is to approve the appointment of all the trustees to these committees, if there is a desire, Allison, if there is a desire to revisit that, if that's the committee you're wanting to be back on, this is certainly an appropriate time for us to have that conversation. And so we can. I'm open to making a change there if that's somewhere you have a desire to continue to be, or anyways. Oh.
That's okay. Thanks, Jenny. No, I do recall that it was conversation, even within our committee last year. But within the terms of reference, it has not changed. So I do believe we need to address that piece of the trustees that are on this committee. I would like to finish approving this terms of reference, and then would you be willing to make a motion to amend the committee?
But at the will of the board, that's certainly not what my intention was, just to ensure that the words that we speak at our organizational meeting reflect what's in our terms of reference. So I just wanted to make sure that that is accurate.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Allison. But I do think we need to correct that error at this meeting before we approve. Thank you.
And Alice and I discussed this earlier, reports and target dates. In the original agenda package, we've got the last year's version of it. So that's not the accurate version. Okay, so if you have your printed off, that is the correct one up there, reports and target dates. So I'm not sure if it got corrected in your packages or not. I just want to make 100% sure everyone knows that's the reports and target dates. And yeah, Tina handed out a copy of it, so everyone's got a copy as well.
Okay. Craig.
As this could be one of our policies that we will be reviewing, are we able to, if we change some of the parts of this terms of reference, then they will take effect over this one this year?
The amendments, yes, so those,
So like, as we go through the policies with Brian, and we change some of this because we made mention about something about that,
right.
then that new policy will take preference over the terms of reference to this policy.
I mean, it can, but if there are things that are important to the board that we want to ensure are in policy,
Yeah.
we need to do our due diligence to ensure that those are included in the new policy,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just what I'm, because it could change.
Right.
There could be a couple of things.
Yep.
that are- So I just want to make sure that we understand that that could change in terms of policy, but terms of reference could be the new one.
Mike, did you have something?
Yeah, I can just add very quickly, there is precedent for that. Again, the example is last year, the Policy Advisory Committee, we did the terms of reference. Then once we met and worked through that and did the Division of School Council thing with 3 representatives, we came back in December and changed that terms of reference. Doesn't mean that you always do that. It would be a board decision in its context, but there is precedent. We definitely did that last year. Yeah.
Okay, so. Nope, no amendments to that. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll move on. Thanks, Allison, for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. Audit Committee report. It's so important. It's on there twice. Look at that. All right. And School Boundary Alignment Committee, we've already done that. Okay. We made it through. Thank you. Just going back to the first. Okay. So, all right, so now we need to approve trustee assignments to standing and special ad hoc committees as assigned at the September 10th, 2024 organizational meeting. So prior to doing this, we are going to have to amend who is on the superintendent evaluation committee. So currently that is myself and Jenny. So as board chair, and Craig is on it. Board chair and 2 trustees, so that is who we have. Okay, that is who we have. It's just what we were talking about. Okay, that is clear to me now. Thank you, my apologies. Okay, so it's recommended that the board approve trustee assignments to standing and special ad hoc committees as assigned at the September 10th, 2024 organizational meeting. Jenny.
Allison, did you have a desire to be on that superintendent evaluation committee?
I certainly wouldn't mind being on to continue some of the work that was done on the first portion. But if you want to go on, I'm fine with that as well.
I'm happy to make that change and to support you continuing that work that you were doing last year.
All right, and as we vote, do we need to vote on this amendment? We don't vote on people stepping into the positions, but if it's an amendment, do we need to vote on it?
I think you could, I could say it's recommended the board approve trustee signs attending special committees as assigned. As assigned, could say, at the September 10th organization and as amended. That we just amended that superintendent evaluation committee.
Okay. That works. Any further discussion? All in favor? Excellent, thank you. Okay, now we need to go back and move that the committee terms of reference for the standing committees be approved as presented or amended. Any discussion? All in favor? So carried, thank you. All right, so next we have trustee code of conduct. Sorry, I have to get to the end of my reports here. Okay, prior to our committee of the whole, our policy consultant provided us with a draft version of trustee code of conduct. This policy was requested to be prioritized in May, in the May board meeting of 2024. And so Brian provided a policy to us. Now, what I had originally done in our board package was presented it as an amendment. However, following that reading policy, it is more substantive than just an amendment. And so I'm opening this up for conversation. Just want to find it here. So policy 203.1, 4.2.1, amendments of a substantive nature, which alter the original intent of the policy, shall require first, second, and third readings. And so we have the copy. Policy is not in the package. My memo is in the package. The draft came through email. Okay, so I apologize to people online. It's not online. So I am opening this up for conversation. So my original intent was to move that this be adopted, that the amended code of conduct be adopted. However, according to policy, it is too substantive to be an amendment. And so this will require first, second, and third readings. And so I would move that the board accept and pass first reading of trustee code of conduct as presented. Now, to begin discussion with the first reading of a policy, policy 203.1, 4.1.1 states first reading shall affirm that the intent of the policy reflects the board's beliefs and values and provides an opportunity for the board to discuss and amend the draft policy. So I'm presenting this to seek support for the intent behind it. I do recognize that there is further discussion needed for amendments to this policy, but I'm bringing it forward to you now to see if the board would be willing to pass first reading of this, or if the board is wanting to have first reading at a later date following more fulsome discussion on amendments. So I'll just open up discussion to the board. Jenny, then Christina.
It would be I recognize the importance of this and that we all agree upon that and that we placed urgency on it. That being said, having read through this document and having read through several other code of conduct documents of other divisions and read through the Education Act pertaining to code of conduct, I would prefer to postpone our first reading. My own evaluation of the document is that it has a substantial amount of information, some of which might be more appropriate elsewhere than in the code of conduct document, and that some of the requirements outlined by the Education Act aren't quite met to my understanding in this document, including definitions of breaches. And that the organization of the document is typically what I've seen in the other divisions is there's a code of conduct. It's followed by either exhibits or appendixes. And the organization of this one is, I think it's something that the board might benefit from discussion in. But as far as first reading meeting intent, for me, this document isn't there. So I would prefer to have a fulsome discussion as a board and prepare something that more accurately represent that intent and be able to move through that first, second, and third reading eventually with a document that I would feel more comfortable with.
Thanks, Jenny. Christina.
Sorry. In my reading of it, I feel comfortable passing the first reading, so I would be interested to do it, knowing that it was a priority. In my reading of it against the legal requirements from my initial understanding, it matches it. My understanding was we were going to have it passed by legal before we publish. Is that the intent? Yeah. Would that happen after we approve of a reading?
I believe the first reading is on intent, and then legal could be the next step moving forward. Yes.
Yeah, so provided it would still go to a legal review as a fairly binding document for board members, then I would be interested to pass it as a first reading today.
Thank you. Craig.
I'm not prepared to go through with the first reading because when we hired our consultant, one of the things we said was he would prepare a document, a policy, and then we would discuss it. And we haven't discussed it. And I don't want to move ahead without the discussion and fine tuning it. And I agree with Jenny, there's some parts in here that I have some concerns about. And we haven't as a group sat down and gone over this. So I wouldn't be prepared to do a first reading yet. So.
Anyone else? Andrea.
Would we be able to do that at our next committee of the whole? Read through it and discuss it with our policy consultant?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be able to do that. Anyone else? Allison.
I can just add as well that I thought that we were going to have a good discussion with our policy consultant with us to go through the work that he had done. So my preference would be to have that discussion opportunity with him prior to us going to first reading.
Okay, I appreciate that. I did bring it forward. Board members received it prior to September 10th, so hopefully everybody's been able to read it. I do believe it can be, I believe it can be passed through first reading if the first reading is about intent and the board intends to create a code of conduct that is thorough and fulsome, that the board believes in having a document that we are legislated to have, that allows ourselves to hold us to account. I believe that's important. I believe it sends a strong message. I think that passing through first reading does not inhibit us from those continued conversations. If we're saying this reflects the intent of the board to move forward, certainly before a second reading, there would need to be significant conversation and holding that conversation with our consultant, getting legal input onto this document because it is binding. And so I will keep my motion on the floor for first reading. And it will be on the agenda for committee of the whole on October the 8th. Mike.
I don't want to muddy the waters here, but just a procedural thing that I want to make you all aware of. We actually have a policy development procedure, which is a little odd, just considering that it's the board who's responsible for policy development and administration does procedures, but we have a procedure that guides policy development a little bit. And so it's procedure 203.1, policy development. Number 3 says the proposed policy statement of a new policy or policy revision of an existing policy may go to the policy advisory committee prior to the first reading or directly to the board for first reading as determined by the policy advisory committee chair. So what that means is if we do go to first, if we decide to go to first reading, Christina, you're the policy advisory committee chair, you would have to say, I'm okay with it going to the board, which I believe you have because you've already stated that, but I just thought it's a weird little procedural thing that I want to make sure everyone here was aware so we weren't, whatever decision we make, we're not going, oh, we didn't even follow our own procedures. So that would be something that we need to do if we decide to go to first reading.
Okay. Yep. Do I have to say something on that now? I think just if it passes for first reading, I would have to waive it or no? Sorry. Personally, my understanding of the intent of developing the board policies in the governance section first was the intention that the board needs to develop policies that we are legally required to have. I don't believe that this policy in particular needs to go to policy advisory committee before going to first reading because of the legal requirement of this board to manage ourselves through a trustee code of conduct.
Thank you, Jenny.
As far as legal requirement goes, we are not entirely without a code of conduct policy. It's not a robust policy, not a policy that says much, but we do have a policy.
Correct. You're correct in that we do have a policy. However, the policy is scant in what it needs to be. And so we are legislated to have significantly more, which we are seeking through this policy, hopefully. Craig.
It goes back to do a first reading and then we have a meeting and we, with our consultant, and change a whole bunch of things. Then what message are we sending to our public? That we rushed through a first reading and then we made substantial changes? I would prefer that our public knows that we're going to take this serious enough that we will work with the consultant first, then we will have the first reading. And I think we can solve maybe some problems that could crop up, but I just don't feel comfortable in doing that because then, like I said, if we make some substantial changes with our consultant, then we've left the public saying, oh, well, you passed it once, now you're changing it. So let's just do it the proper way that we said we would, and that's have our consultant work with us.
Anyone else? Jenny?
I would just call the question, but also could we request that because this is in our agenda that the draft be added for the online?
Thank you. Okay, Jenny has called to question. Is there agreement to call the question? All in favor? Okay, so the motion is for trustee code of conduct to pass first reading. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Defeated. Thank you. Okay, well, I look forward to having the conversation on this policy in committee of the whole on October the 8th. All right. Next is the Provincial Accelerated Capital Plan. Allison, thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you to the board for adding this item to the agenda. I think that we all heard the announcement last week in regards to the School Construction Accelerator Program. And certainly there's some excitement with knowing that there's some potential there for us to increase our student spaces and to be able to have space for our students, even though it's going to be over a number of years. I think it's important as a board that there are pieces of this that that are challenging, that present some challenges. And I think that it's really important as a board that we discuss the governance pieces of that and how we can advocate. And I know you asked if there was recommendations. So certainly I don't have a recommendation of what our advocacy will be, but my recommendation is that we do have a discussion here today to talk about what is important to us as a board so that we are clear on the advocacy around this at the governance level. Of course, operations is going to continue to do the work that they do. When one of the biggest pieces is that the government said the critical step to success of the plan is site readiness. And knowing that the city of Lethbridge presented last fall to Alberta municipalities, and it was passed for an advocacy motion that involved that the construction cost for the province to cover the cost of site readiness through infrastructure. And through this plan and hearing the Minister of Education speak, that's one thing that's not involved, is that there is no funding for municipalities. Also, in addition to this, knowing that our community, and speaking to people in the construction industry and developers, is that there hasn't been a large capital build in our community since the agri-food hub, so a couple of years. So our labor market is definitely, there's a shortage of that. So I think that there's definitely some challenges, and we need to be looking at how are we going to be able to do what we want to do. And then the other additional piece that I added here is that when we did our capital plan approval back in the spring, it was certainly discussed that the plan could be changed as needed. So just not wanting to say what we need to do, but I think that it would be very prudent of us to have a discussion of what are the impacts for us specifically here in Lethbridge, and knowing that we do want to have things that are site ready, as that is what's going to be what gets pushed up first. The government wants to see things that are site ready. So how do we make sure we're there? And then there's certainly lots of other implications of the fulsome announcement that was made that impacts us as a public school division. So I would just like to have you open up for a discussion and for us to potentially have the action item of some advocacy statements.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Alison, for bringing this forward. I'm going to open it up for discussion. Christina.
So I think trying to keep I thank you for bringing it up. It's obviously extremely important in the conversation of education right now. Within our context as a board and governance, I appreciate the recommendation about our discussion being around how do we engage with our partners, knowing that they have as part of their association with Alberta municipalities that they advocate for school construction cost coverage, things like that. I've heard many people on our board on a very regular basis talk about the critical importance of public education and public dollars for public education. And so I would encourage us to find a way to continue to advocate with that message in mind around that Lethbridge students are best served by a public system, and that we have enjoyed great partnerships with our city partners on a number of topics. We continue to work with them on the construction of our existing build, and certainly the operational side of this being that we would have our operation administrative team working with our variety of partners on preparing for those conversations around builds, shovel ready, things like that. But I would agree with Alison that it is also on us as governors to advocate on a political level, not just for capital dollars, but making sure that capital dollars for school construction are for public schools. Lethbridge enjoys robust public education, which is also underfunded in many other ways, which we continue to advocate for. But if this is where the dollars are currently, want to make sure that our voice is heard. So I would ask our board to reach out to our educational partners in Holy Spirit and Franco Sud to advocate together for the public education system in Lethbridge, to our city partners, and other areas that may be a great fit for public education advocacy. Specifically, I think less concerned about the operation side, where that's the purview of our executive team, but for me, the big topic is the public dollars piece. Yeah.
Christina, anyone else? Craig?
Yeah, a clarification from Allison. As I read this, it appears that you're trying to say that even if we have a facility master plan, that we should have the opportunity to adjust it if necessary to get money. Is that kind of the feeling?
That's certainly an option, but I just want to ensure that whatever we do is that we're putting forward our best options. And that's certainly an operational
Right.
piece to figure out that part. This is just information as the background to ensure that we know that we had been told that the capital plan can be reopened at any point. That certainly is not something that has been brought forward for us to reopen that, or operations has not said that. It's just information in the background piece.
Okay.
For me, it really is about the advocacy piece that we have a voice, right? We have 2 local politicians, 2 MLAs. We need to be making sure that we are doing the role that we do, and our operations people do the role that they do. So what do we want to advocate for? And we need to make sure, that public dollars for public education is certainly key, and we've had that conversation before. Are there other things that we want to be advocating for? So I know that Christine Lee spoke about that she's working together with the city. Are there some complications along the way when the Minister of Education is clearly stating that there are not going to be dollars to get sites site ready? So is that another advocacy avenue that we can go through, knowing that our city of Lethbridge is the one that brought forward to Alberta municipalities that advocacy piece on having the funds to be able to get to site ready. And when you read the document on Alberta municipalities, clearly talks about developers aren't wanting to develop if there's no guarantee. So where we need to make sure that if we need to be advocating for dollars to be there to support our municipalities, then maybe that's what we need to be doing. But we need to look at what governance level pieces we can do and ensure that we're leaving operations to the operations peeps.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jenny?
I appreciate the conversation because it is important for us. I mean, it's discussion we had as we approved and considered that capital plan. But since that time, this is new circumstances and new information. And so I appreciate the conversation and that emphasis on that was placed on things being site ready, because in our capital plan, we did identify as our top priority. Obviously, we're in the middle of a modernization, and that remains at the top of our list. But followed behind that, we had new builds as our second and third priorities. And so I do appreciate the conversation, because obviously those are areas that aren't site ready, right? And so if there is strategy in looking at things again to say, what do we have anything that could be site ready? Is there anything we can advocate for? Be it an elevator, or be it a smaller scale modernization, or a modular, whatever that looks like, as a board, however we can support that advocacy. I think that the desire is around the room.
Andrea?
I think it's so important for us to advocate for public education. We accept all students, we educate them to the best of their and our ability. And the capital plan, I so appreciate all the hours that go into that. Does this give us an opportunity to move things up or ask for things, not move them up, but ask for more than what we had asked for? With our West Lethbridge study, I just wonder if we could hear from Christine Lee about the impact of the West Lethbridge study on this new news.
Well, the West Lethbridge study, which isn't official yet, it still has a process to go through. It does back up our capital plan for the need for a new high school and a new elementary school in West Lethbridge, certainly for that. We talk about modulars. We're just getting 2 that'll be delivered in December for Colbanks Elementary School. We're submitting our modular capital requests at the end of October to go to Alberta Education. We have needs at our middle school in South Lethbridge for some space. We have need for space at Chinook for modular classrooms and a need for Winston Churchill. And so those are modular classrooms are a little more immediate. They can fill the need. And so those are places we can look at putting some modulars to support some of those schools for their growth challenges that we foresee in the next 2 years. Because of course it takes a year from approval to even get the modulars on site. And so that's where we're trying to do some forethinking with those particular modulars. And we're doing a boundary adjustment, so that alleviates some of the elementary for a while, but the new elementary, even if we were site ready today for a new school, it would take, it would take 3 to 4 years from planning to construction, right? And so that's if we've got immediate funding. So there is a time. That's why we need to push, because you can't build a school like immediately. It takes time. We're at an advantage, and I think that's what we need to push, is that we build in pairs in Lethbridge School Division. We're just completing a brand new elementary school in West Lethbridge. I know our partners at the city we're in discussions about school sites, and should we get a school site, we save off time because we have a design already. And that saves money actually for the province. So when we make our advocacy, that helps us move up faster when you make those kind of cost savings, time savings, and that sort of thing. So
I do love that we build our schools in pairs. And so is the government asking for more from us right now? Does this change what we do? Are they reaching out for?
No, it doesn't change. It doesn't change our plans. What their announcement does is it means that when we're ready, we don't have to wait as long. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to get ready faster if we can, so that we can get approved faster. And so that's it doesn't change the plan, because even with the modernization, there's site readiness with modernizations, and there's quite a process for even the site stuff with a modernization. So it's not as simple as sometimes everybody thinks. And so there's a lot of work involved with even a modernization request to make sure it's all site ready.
Anyone else? All right, Allison, I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I agree that there needs to be some steps forward with advocacy and partnerships, and really connecting with our political and community partners. I appreciate wholeheartedly the collaborative relationship we have with the city of Lethbridge in developing new schools. And I think there's opportunity to connect with them to see how we can advocate on their behalf to enhance and strengthen that partnership. And I also think there's good opportunity here to connect with the chairs and the boards of Holy Spirit and Franco Sud to talk about public education within our context, within our city, how the decisions that are being made, how the funding being allocated is and has the potential to impact our community. And I think advocating on a municipal and a provincial level collectively, I think would strengthen that message. And so I'm willing to step into those conversations, and I look forward to stepping into those conversations. I'm looking forward, tomorrow we have our board chairs meeting, and so I know this is on the agenda at that meeting, and so I'm going to be engaging other chairs with how they are currently and are planning to advocate on this issue. And I think it's continuing to advocate for public education and making sure public dollars go to public schools. I think that's so important. We serve all kids, and we want to be funded to provide and serve and support all kids. And so to me, I see funding available that is not going to our students solely. And so I think we need to continue to advocate on that path. And just being cognizant of the time, it is 7 o'clock. Greg?
The advocacy necessary, we haven't really discussed that part. Can we delay it till October or the committee of the whole just to make sure, give us some time to think about it and then come up with some ideas? Because that's part of your recommendation.
Yep. So for me, I believe that our board chair clearly heard in the room, and that when she is messaging that is advocacy. If we wish to do further steps, we can certainly add that at future meetings, but I wouldn't want to delay that the advocacy is clearly understood by our board chair. And if there's any media opportunity or social media opportunity that she clearly knows and understands and has support of our board for the pieces that she was able to reiterate back to us. So I feel that action is there, even though there's not a motion. And if we wish to do something further, and I would hope that she would report back to us on those meetings, and then we can look at other advocacy after that. So
My thing is it should be ongoing, so.
absolutely. And I think it's also on all of our responsibilities. So when we're at different committee meetings that have community partners that we're having, these are the shared conversations that we're having when we're advocating for public education and for our school spaces. So thanks.
Thanks, Allison. Okay. We're going to quickly go around the room with division highlights. I recognize the time. One highlight, top highlight.
Went to Emmanuel Christian Elementary Town Hall, which is their school council last night.
Thank you. I would say 5125 Club celebration. It was great to honor 8 in-person celebrants, and there were 16 altogether, and I got to honor Christine Lee. And it was my pleasure to do that. And thank you, Christine, and thank you all of the new members of the 5125 Club for your continued service to students. Jenny.
I would just like to highlight the staff of the division in their ability to, we had some pretty major announcements come from the government and requests for us to mobilize in a pretty speedy manner as far as the cell phone policy goes and as far as assessment in our elementary schools is going. And it's been amazing to see how quickly our division staff has been able to organize that, and then our staff within our schools has been able to implement it. And I have 5 of my own kids throughout our schools, and I haven't heard a word of complaint about cell phones or being, having assessment done, because it's being done in such a smooth, supportive way that our students are receiving it in stride fairly well. And our staff, I think, deserve a lot of accolades for that, because it's a lot of work and it's a stressful time of year, and they're handling it with energy and excitement and positivity. And I think that there's just such a positive feeling in our division right now, and an excitement for a new year. And I think that we have a lot to be proud of.
Andrea.
My highlight is that I'm honored to have been invited by Joel Telfeathers to spend the day with him tomorrow at Red Crow College on behalf of the Indigenous Education Committee and the board for the Buffalo Treaty re-signing. So I'm very excited about that.
Thank you, Andrea. Christina?
It feels like 1,000 years ago now, but the welcome back breakfast was great. It was such a sweet way to open the year, and so just riding the high of connecting with everybody.
Thank you, Allison.
So going last sucks, but, so I was gonna do 5125, and I was gonna say, thanks Tina for all the welcome back barbecue, or welcome back breakfast. But I will add the mental health capacity building team that, they work hard over the summer while we're on break. And I think that, when you recognize and you see in the report, all the work that they've done over the summer to keep our families connected is absolutely important. So I don't think we can forget the work that our division staff do over the summer as well. So thank you to them.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. 11.1 ATA Local 41 meeting dates are in your agenda. Thank you to those who've signed up to represent the board at an ATA meeting. If you have not signed up, please check out your email, and I will be sending confirmation by the end of the week. I will have Tina send confirmation to the ATA by the end of the week of who will be attending when. So you can check that out. FGM submission amendment, that is also in your package. PDAC has gotten back to the subcommittee regarding full-time kindergarten of our FGM submission, and they have recommended that rather than a new position statement, that we amend an existing position statement. And so the amendment is right at the end of the page. The government of Alberta wholly funds full-time kindergarten for school boards that elect to provide full-time kindergarten, as attending kindergarten ensures a strong education foundation for students, families, schools, and communities. It was expressed by the vice chair of ASBA that they really would like to see us experience some success in our delivery of this. And we will be able to say that this amendment was recommended by PDAC, and they do believe that this is the strongest path to success for us. So we welcome that. I just wanted to share that with you. And then Craig, PSBAA, is there anything you wanted to speak to, or?
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
That first class driving academy, it really struck me that they're targeting 18 to 21-year-olds. And I'm hoping we do the same in our division, that we have collegiate. And what they're doing is these kids are coming back and taking extra courses or upgrading. So that's important. And then the last one was just because of the rural nature, they tend to send out all of their team to a certain school. So they do the OT, all of those other things at the same time, and it's been effective. So other than that, it was a great meeting.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Craig. All right, we had no public forum responses, no correspondence received, nor correspondence sent. So before we adjourn, we do need to move into in camera for brief conversation. And so may I have a motion to move into in camera? Tyler, thank you.